G'day, mate. 40 here. I've spent the last 5 hours blogging furiously about the terror attack in Bondi, Sydney, Australia, on the Jewish community. There was a Chabad event, Hanukkah by the Sea, that attracted over 1,000 Jews. I grew up 90 minutes outside of Sydney. I've gone back twice to Sydney, to Bondi in the past few years, spent about a total of 4 months in Sydney. I love this community. It hit hard, right? These are people I know. These are places that I know. So many different reactions. One is it's so much easier to be an Orthodox Jew or just a Jew in the United States compared to Australia. So Australia has some advantages compared to America in that there's one dominant culture in Australia, that your garbage collector and your bank manager generally speak with the same accent. There's one dominant culture in Australia that seems to cover about 80% of the country. So when I go back to Australia and like a loud noise goes off, like God forbid, something like this shooting, or just any loud noise, a car backfiring, you turn to people around you, complete strangers, for connection and start talking about it. In LA, in Seattle, in San Francisco, in New York or Washington, D.C., you're much less likely to turn to complete strangers for comfort and reassurance and explanation when something like this goes on. Because for one thing, the stranger very well may not speak English. Number two, you may have very little in common with the stranger. So Australia enjoys much more social cohesion and one dominant culture and much more social trust. But if you then dress and act as a distinctive minority, whether as a Seventh-day Adventist, and I grew up as a Seventh-day Adventist at a Seventh-day Adventist college campus 90 minutes outside of Australia, you are going to attract a great deal of antagonism, right? Seventh-day Adventists are not popular in Australia. Or if you're an Orthodox Jew, my Orthodox Jewish friends from Sydney say that they couldn't walk dressed distinctively as a Jew without being verbally abused. If they were with their spouse, with their kids, they could not walk to synagogue without being verbally abused and all sorts of slurs thrown at them. Now, when I go back to Sydney, people tell me that changed circa 2008, 2010, 2012. During my time in Sydney, right, half the time I wore a yarmulke, half the time I did not. And I never encountered any anti-Jewish attitudes. And Bondi, it's right by the beach. It's a posh suburb, very safe, right? You can walk anywhere, anytime in the eastern suburbs and feel completely safe. So this kind of shocking terror attack that's killed at least 12 people and seems to be narrowly targeted at those celebrating Hanukkah comes as a shock to some people. So I would suspect that if you look at the reactions between Jewish Australians and non-Jewish Australians to this event, people with equal goodwill, for Jews, for strongly identifying Jews in particular, and the more strongly you identify as a Jew, the more you will experience this as a pattern of terror against your tribe by Muslims in particular and the Goyim in general. Because the more intense your in-group identity, the more likely you are to have negative feelings and fears and concerns about out-groups. If you're not Jewish and you're an Aussie, you most likely see this as some kind of blip, some kind of failure in the matrix. Right? This is Fox News.
Before we begin, however, I want to just pay my respects to the people. Unfortunately, 2 are no longer with us. Brown University, 9 injured. And 2 are looking down on us right now from heaven. And likewise in Australia, as you know, that was a terrible attack. 11 dead, 29 badly wounded.
Trump has been talking a lot more about heaven lately, and I don't think it's just opportunism.
And that was an anti-Semitic attack, obviously. And I just want to pay my respects to everybody. I must say in Syria also, we had an attack in Syria, and we had 3 great patriots terminated by bad
Trump is not a natural comforter-in-chief.
people, and not the Syrian government. It was ISIS. Syrian government fought by our side. The new president fought by our side. But I just want to pay my respects to the families. We also had 3 injured, but 2 of them are already out of the hospital, and one's going to be okay. But we lost 3, so it was a rough day. But to Australia and the Prime Minister, to everybody that we know so well, we get along with so well, we have a great relationship. That's a terrible situation going on over there. Think of that. And Brown University, great school. Great, really one of the greatest schools anywhere in the world.
Trump is not popular in Australia, but he's the most Australian, most bogan American president ever. Bogan means an uneducated person.
Things can happen. So to the 9 injured, get well fast, and to the families of those 2 that are no longer with us, I pay my deepest regards and respects from the United States of America. Thank you very much. It's a very important thing to say, and we mean it. I can tell you in Syria, there will be a lot of damage done to the people that did it.
So one of the first things that I saw with regard to this tape is this compelling 10-minute video that I saw on X. And here's what grabbed my attention in the opening seconds. You hear a police car, a siren, blaring up to the scene of the attack and then rushing away from the attack as quickly as possible. All right, so the police run away from the attack. Bravely run away from the attack. This seems to happen again and again. We give the police a monopoly on force in these situations, and then they don't protect. They just provide the perimeter. Right? Here's the police car, and you see the police car right now just driving away as quickly as possible. And you hear the siren retreating because the police are getting out of there as quickly as they can, very much like Uvalde.
They got the individual person, but there'll be big damage done. And the other, supposedly, they call him a person of interest.
DeChambeau, the president, wanting to weigh in on 3 massive breaking stories of the weekend. First, the tragedy at Brown University yesterday. 2 students killed, 9 others wounded. A person of interest identified. Also, the anti-Semitic attack in Australia, where 11 people were killed at a Hanukkah celebration, 29 others wounded. And then, of course, yesterday we had American troops in Syria ambushed with 2 soldiers killed, 1 interpreter killed, and 3 others wounded. So the president wanting to express his condolences and his sympathies to all affected by those massive breaking stories this weekend. Let's get right to Stephanie Bennett in London with the latest on the situation in Australia. Stephanie, welcome.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, as you mentioned, 11 people were killed, 2 suspects. One of those suspects was shot and killed by police. The other one is in critical condition and is in police custody. 29 others injured, including 2 police officers. Now, the noise of gunshots sent everyone into a panic, fleeing and running from their lives from the beach all the way to nearby apartment buildings. It is the deadliest shooting for almost 3 decades in the country with strict gun control laws. The Australian Prime Minister called it a targeted attack on Jewish Australians, an act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the nation. It all started before 7 p.m. local time. Witnesses say 2 gunmen started firing round after round from a bridge towards Archer Park at Bondi Beach, where people were celebrating the first day of Hanukkah and a public menorah lighting was about to begin.
There has been a terrible amount of anti-Semitism in the world right now, and we felt a lot of that here too. And unfortunately, when we allow things like that to go unchecked, these are the things that inevitably do happen.
And a bystander is being called a hero after disarming one of the suspects. He ran up from behind and grabbed the gun. That bystander was shot and injured while doing so and is at a local hospital. President Donald Trump just now called him a brave person who saved a lot of lives. In addition,
so when we had a terror attack on a synagogue in England on Yom Kippur, at least one of the innocent people who was killed and another person badly injured was killed and injured by police. And the police record just anecdotally seems quite unimpressive when you think of Uvalde and school shootings, how police just routinely seem to stand back, then prevent other people who are braver than they are from engaging with the terrorists. And the police just seem to routinely stand back and allow these slaughters to unfold while the police establish the perimeter and allow themselves to stay safe until the shooters often just commit suicide. So apparently here it seems about 7 minutes in, the police finally start engaging, right? Initially, they ran away from the scene as fast as their car could take them. But eventually they did engage.
Police say they were examining a number of suspicious items, including several improvised explosive devices found in one of the suspects' cars.
Hundreds of people were running across a busy road where cars were still moving towards safety. The restaurants nearby, people were jumping under the tables and jumping to get shelter. And this shooting seemed to go on for, I would say, around 8 or 9 minutes.
And all of this comes after a wave of anti-Semitic attacks that have roiled the country over the past year. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu blamed the Australian government, saying it had done nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. We're also hearing from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a post on X, the United States strongly condemns the terrorist attack in Australia.
How much can a government do to stem the spread of feelings, such as anti-Jewish feelings?
Targeting a Jewish celebration, anti-Semitism has no place in the world, he says. Here in the UK, Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the attack was sickening, and we're also hearing from King Charles III and his wife, the Queen, who said they are appalled and saddened. For now, police here in London and across the UK will be stepping up security at Jewish sites. Back to you, Mike. Hoping to get some more information as daylight approaches over in Australia.
Thanks very much, Stephanie Bennett.
So I was back in Sydney in 2021 into 2022, then went back again in late 2022 into 2023. The Sydney Jewish community is prosperous, overwhelmingly secular, overwhelmingly cohesive. You don't have rabbis fighting with each other. I was impressed by the professionalism of the security. I went to a similar Hanukkah event in Sydney, only I went to one in Coogee, which is about a 4-mile walk from Bondi. And there are about 100 Jews, and there are 4 security guards, but I don't remember the security guards being armed. And so I'm not sure if the Chabad event that was targeted by these assassins had any armed security guards. It doesn't appear to have any armed security guards. And I find it interesting that the first reaction that I noticed from the organized Jewish community in Australia was to condemn the government for not protecting Jews. In the United States, any kind of Jewish event like this would have typically had a dozen armed Jewish or Jewish employed security guards. So it's a different mentality. So in America, it's much more individualistic. In Australia, and people are encouraged to take more and more of their fate into their own hands. I guess Dennis Prager would comment, see, the bigger the state, the smaller the citizen. This is a result of the citizen shrinking and allowing the state to take over more and more responsibility for life, including for protection.
Now let's bring in Israel Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Sharon Haskell. She lived in Bondi for 7 years before she returned to Israel and was elected to the Knesset. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening.
What is your reaction to seeing a horrific
So I remember I was live streaming in Bondi, and I was just walking through Bondi's flourishing Jewish community, and it just felt so safe and so prosperous and such high quality of life. And wearing a yarmulke didn't feel any threat. So this is November 24th, 2021.
Really, it's not just a cohesive Australian community here, it is a cohesive Jewish community as well. The rabbis get along, like they work together. During the lockdown, they organized shofar blowing on Rosh Hashanah in the park, so to reduce risk of COVID. So the Sydney rabbis emphasize that the law of the land is law to the Jew, Talmudic dictate. And it's just a wonderful thing to see how cohesive the Sydney Jewish community was, and not just with reaction to COVID, but in general. It's about as scandal-free a community as you'll find. Like, rabbis don't allow their egos to get in the way, and working with other rabbis, so all the rabbis here, they work together to build a safe, cohesive community. Even though things are pretty chill, and don't notice any overt racial or religious hostility here in the eastern suburbs. Still, the security is excellent on top of things. No slackness there in the security. The more measures you have to take to keep things safe, and these measures are just steadily escalating, particularly after the shooting in Pittsburgh. The synagogue left about 10 people dead, and then another shooting in Poway a year after that. So that then ripples out to have effects on the community worldwide. But what can we do instead of just relying on the kindness of strangers and relying on law enforcement? What can we do to look after ourselves? I just think that's such a healthy attitude. Every community should have that kind of mindset. What can we do to look after ourselves? What can we do to plug our weaknesses? What can we do to protect our community? What can we do to help our community? What can we do to revitalize?
So I just keep walking, and when you're walking and talking, doing a live stream, you don't always notice where you're going.
Australia's had pretty selective immigration, probably the sanest immigration policy of any of the Anglo nations. So overwhelmingly, people who immigrate here are educated, they have skills, they're entrepreneurial, they bring something to the table, and they, as a result, build a prosperous life here, and as a result of that, they pay a lot of tax. But Australians are pretty tolerant people. She'll be right, mate. It's kind of the Aussie ethos. Okay, here we go. No worries. So, when I was talking to Aussies in Los Angeles, they complained about how when they go to shul, they'd always get verbally abused. You know, wearing distinctive garb and wearing a yarmulke. But everyone I talk to here says that doesn't happen. So, Australians have become as fat as Americans. I don't see that in the eastern suburbs. I haven't seen one fat person in the eastern suburbs. Everyone's fit. Like, you come out to the beach 5, 6 a.m. Everyone's out jogging, young, old, men, women.
So I remember when I first woke up back in Australia, November 19th, 2021. I'm just walking through Coogee, and within a few minutes, you notice me thinking seriously about moving back.
I'm in short sleeves. I'm feeling good.
So this is about 6 a.m.
A lot of happening little restaurants and shops up here. I mean, Coogee is a happening place. Filled with young people. So I haven't explored public transport, but public transport in Australia, for some reason, I don't understand. Like in Los Angeles and New York City, riding public transport is widely associated with terror and crime and social dysfunction. But in Australia, riding on public transport is not associated with crime and social dysfunction. Like, any ordinary person can do it. It's just a perfectly pleasant experience. I'm trying to understand what's the difference between Australia and the United States,
So while I was live streaming on November 24, 2021, I accidentally walked where I shouldn't have. And a security guard, as I walk into the parking lot of a Jewish school, like, stops me. It's so embarrassing. Okay. I made an innocent wrong turn, and like the police got summoned. I didn't realize what a threat I was as I was just walking around here. Oh yeah. I'm gonna turn it off right now. Sorry, mate. I was the bad guy, and so I'm so embarrassed, and I start walking up the street, and then I pass the main guard station where the security guard is armed, and I apologize, say, what can I give you here? What do you want? You want my passport information? I just provide all the information I can to try to settle the situation down. But as I eventually walk away, when they're done with me, like I hear the sirens on a police car, like rushing to the scene, because just my live streaming as I'm walking through a parking lot, unfortunately, it becomes a security threat. Man.
Australia has public transport where people just routinely have a pleasant experience.
So Australia is a much better place than America for the average bloke, right? Higher quality of life. I'm not saying Australia overall is superior to the United States. I'm just saying in quality of life, social cohesion, shared national culture, trust and safety between citizens. You don't fear getting shot if you accidentally walk on someone's property. You can usually help yourself to a hose on someone's property if you're thirsty. The most ambitious Australians, though, often end up leaving because America and California and New York are probably the best places in the world if you are at the top of your profession and you're highly ambitious.
Oh, another thing about Australia, people work their 8 hours, then they're pretty much done. So, and every Australian gets a minimum of a month holiday a year. So, no country in the world, as far as I know. Yeah, maybe the Aborigines are better behaved on mass transit than some of.
So, armed security guards are much more tightly regulated. Everything feels much more tightly regulated in Australia because the same emphasis and veneration and emotional resonance that Americans connote with the concept of freedom, Australians feel that for fairness. And so to make a fairer society, right, Australia is much more closely regulated, and that certainly goes for guns.
Yeah, there's a much more generous social welfare system in America because in Australia. In America, a lot of people don't want to vote for social welfare because it will go to groups that they don't like. They feel there are certain groups who will take.
So Israel appears on the face of it to have conquered their enemies with regard to Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran. But when you're losing conventional wars, it would make sense that enemies of the Jewish state would then go to war and pay for, enhance, subsidize, create, drive forward attacks on Jews all around the world. I notice whenever the Jewish state is at war, I much more often and more intensely get comments from strangers because I walk around with a yarmulke, and during times that Israel's at war, I hear like homeless people just going off about how Jews control everything, and I get much more intense reactions from both people who are pro-Israel or anti-Israel. I just notice the intensity of people's visceral reactions to me are profoundly shifted when the Jewish state is at war. So the U.S. model for security for these type of events is usually a hard perimeter. You've got private armed operators who are effectively private police, a private paramilitary force, right? They don't wait for backup, they engage. Now, the Sydney model, right, they're tightening up. You have armed guards, legal, present at high-risk static sites like schools and synagogues, but at open-air beach events like Hanukkah by the Sea, it appears they rely on the soft security that I saw when I was in Sydney, just unarmed crowd controllers, and there's an assumption of rapid police response. So a big difference between Australians and Americans is in their attitude to their government and to their institutions. So Australians are probably more irreverent than Americans, but overall they feel that the government is on their side and that their institutions are on their side, and they put more trust and more faith and more reliance on government and big institutions than do Americans, who are much more individualist.
Disproportionate.
Yeah, every time you'd go into a shop, you'd have to check in on an app.
There's the beautiful ocean, mate. Oh. Did I tell you how happy I am? Like, now you can raise some solid moral objections to my happiness, because much of the foundation of my happiness is the best place to go cottaging. Well, I'll tell you where the best place not to go cottaging. Don't do it near the cliffs, all right? Stay away from the cliffs, all right? Don't go cottaging. Yeah, it looks like they really cleaned up Venice Beach in California. Yeah, I just don't understand. Why isn't Venice Beach in California like this? Because there's no inherent geographic reason why Venice Beach can't be like this. Oh.
So in my 4 months in Sydney, I think I saw a total of 3 homeless people. There are almost no visible homeless people, alcoholics, drug addicts, and just vibrant youths, threatening violence, right? You just don't find this very much in Australia.
I haven't seen any homeless in Sydney. My God, look at that beautiful ocean. My God, the birds here in Sydney are just to die for. Lots of spunky Sheilas.
So I figured one thing that discouraged me from moving back to Sydney was that the cost of living was almost twice as high as in Los Angeles, and I noticed that my earning potential would be about half what it is in LA.
It just feels like such a healthy way of life here. Why can't Venice be like this? Why can't Santa Monica Beach be like this? On Aussie beaches, seemed like a quarter of the birds went topless, the young ones. But,
All right, let's get serious.
oh, these are the ladies' baths. Okay.
Those are eyewitnesses speaking to our partners at Sky News in Australia following a horrifying and heartbreaking attack on a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney. At least 11 people are dead.
Police located a vehicle in Campbell Parade at Bondi, which we believe has several improvised explosive devices. We have our rescue bomb disposal unit there at the moment working on that.
These communities should not live in this terror. And tonight I was at an event where I was saying to members of the Jewish community, I said, isn't it great that we are ending the year on a high after such a devastating start to the year? And here we are.
Those are eyewitnesses speaking to our partners at Sky News in Australia following a horrifying and heartbreaking attack on a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney. At least 11 people are dead after 2 gunmen opened fire on a crowd. But the death toll could have been a whole lot higher if not for one man's amazing act of bravery confronting one of the gunmen. Take a look at this. Oh!
Right, it was Muslim terrorists and then a Muslim grocer tackling the terrorist. So very different attitude towards government in 2 countries, Australia versus the United States. So in the American Jewish community, there's a recognition that police will show up to clean up a crime scene, to clean up a terror attack, and that essentially we have to rely on ourselves and to hire our own armed security. While the assumption in Australia is that the government and the police should have a monopoly on force, and so Australians and Australian Jews feel much more let down by this. Americans are much less reliant on the police protecting them.
Il va se faire tirer dessus. Il est trop con le mec à l'arme.
So the guy who stopped the Muslim terrorist and grabbed his gun, he didn't shoot the terrorist, right? He allowed the terrorist to walk away and possibly find another weapon and resume the slaughter. Not exactly sure. the United States has much more of a gun culture than Australia, where it's very difficult to legally possess a weapon.
Le mec est hyper courageux. Oh. Wesh.
So what are the odds this will be blamed on Iran? I'd say 100%. It happened minutes after the attack began that this was blamed on Iran, because the Australian government believes that the Iranian government has been buying criminal attacks on Jews in Australia, and so that would fit in with this pattern. So it seemed to take 6 or 7 minutes for the police to engage these terrorists. And initially, the police ran away as quickly as possible.
Oh l'enculé, il a pris une deuxième arme.
So this was very quickly called a terror attack. It was by two Muslims. At least one was an immigrant from Pakistan.
That gentleman is absolutely a hero, taking on that gunman. Let's bring in Rabbi Chaim Mentz of Chabad of Bel Air. He was a colleague of Rabbi Eli Schlanger, who was killed during the attack. Rabbi.
So I often quip on this show that once I experienced the warmth of my Rebbe's smile, no other life was possible for me. I'm not kidding. There's something about that powerful connection between a Jew and his Rebbe that it's hard to explain to outsiders. So from an outsider perspective, like distinctive Hasidic garb and this distinctive way of life appears to be a burden. But for those within the dance, it is a tremendous source of power and energy. That Chabad is the most public, outgoing, welcoming of the Hasidic branches. And so they throw all sorts of events that are not just for Chabad Jews. There's virtually no event that Chabad puts on that is just for Hasidic Jews or just for Lubavitchers. It's a very outward-focusing Hasidic sect. And this outward public bravery that animates Chabad comes from its allegiance to the late Rebbe and to their former Rebbes.
I welcome my heartfelt condolences to you and all who loved your colleague, the rabbi. Tell us about him.
Chabad rabbis have an amazing ability to talk to anyone, and Chabad Jews very early on develop the confidence and the ability to talk to complete strangers, Jewish and non-Jewish.
Him?
First and foremost, not only was he a great rabbi in Sydney, but he also traveled around the world to bring love, kindness, and everything. He was a wonderful father.
So when I was thinking about moving back to Sydney, I called some rabbis. Might have been this rabbi who was murdered. I don't remember which one. And they all encouraged me to stay in LA because there was more Yiddishkeit in LA.
He has his.
So the different Chabad rabbis all have a very specific and different mission in Sydney. So some primarily cater to young professionals and others to other groups.
His whole family, even his in-laws, are outstanding rabbis, and he devoted his life to goodness and kindness. He left children a 2-month-old baby. And why? He was there in Bondi. If anybody's ever...
So this Chabad event, like every Chabad event, is not just for Chabadniks, right? It's for primarily all Jews.
Been to Bondi Beach. It's a place of love. It's a place of unity. It's a place that everybody comes together.
Right. I would see Jews coming out of the ocean or walking along Bondi Beach, Jews with the payas, the side locks, carrying a surfboard under one arm.
And all he wanted to do was light the Hanukkah menorah, the menorah of peace, the menorah of freedom.
And you are supposed to light this menorah in a place where it can be seen from the street. And I remember early in my conversion journey to Judaism, I read a story coming out of the Midwest somewhere where a cantor, he's the person who leads the singing and the prayers, his home was attacked during Hanukkah because he had a big menorah in his window, and this cantor then visited the man who attacked his home, and the whole oh, sorry, I'm getting emotional. The whole town celebrated Hanukkah. Like the whole town put up menorahs to show their solidarity after an attack. I mean, just the love for Jews is just often been incredible in America. This has truly been the Golden Medina.
Religion, a menorah that you can go and change the darkness. And all of a sudden, darkness came and just snuffed out his life. I've met him in Brooklyn. He would come to the world headquarters of Chabad. He would lead sessions. He would tell everybody what goes on in Sydney, in the Jewish community. It's going on in your community. He would come up with great ideas. He was an inventor of ideas and how to bring goodness to all mankind. And the world lost a powerful light by this senseless act. Now, the world calls it a senseless act, and I used it too. It wasn't senseless.
So this rabbi, he had a major talk show on KFI, the #1 talk station in Los Angeles for many, many years. And I became interested in Judaism listening to Dennis Prager doing his weekend talk show. And I perfectly understand why Christians would not necessarily be thrilled about public celebrations of competing religions such as Judaism, right? If you believe in the truth of your religion, then every other religion normally, naturally looks satanic. So when there are events like what happened in Billings, Montana, where after an attack on a tiny number of Jews, the whole community came out and held up menorahs. This is so unusual in the human condition. I'm verklempt. Let me run away here.
This is planned. These people are thinking 24 hours a day. How do we destroy goodness? How do we go after Jewish people? So it's not senseless. To me and you, we don't understand it. But to them, this is their plot and this is their plan. But
Rabbi, from my understanding of your faith, Hanukkah is focused on a lot of young families in many ways, about the children in many respects. So these guys showing up with weapons to shoot people at a Hanukkah celebration on the first night of Hanukkah, designed to do mass casualties, 11 people killed, 29 others wounded. What about that, going after young families in this hateful way?
That is the modus operandi. That's what they do. They themselves want to go and terrorize you and hope that you'll go away. That's what darkness wants. But what they don't understand is Hanukkah is about a little candle, one little candle, just light it. And it dispels a lot of darkness, goodness, love. That's what they can't handle. And the fact that they went after young children and the fact that they went after families.
So the Sydney community has long felt that the government hasn't done enough to protect them, particularly in the wake of October 7. So you had an extraordinary event shortly after October 7 at the Sydney Opera House, where you had a gathering of largely Muslim, Palestinian, Arab people who were chanting "Death to the Jews, gas the Jews." And the Sydney police put out warnings that that evening, that Jews should stay away from downtown Sydney. That's how the Sydney police responded. Jews should stay away from downtown Sydney because you've got Muslims demonstrating and publicly yelling to gas the Jews. So it was the Jews who were told to stay away. And so Jews have had, in Sydney in particular, and in Australia, feel that the government has been rather passive with regard to protecting them, that the Labour government panders to Muslims who hate Jews and hate Israel, that the government has made it very difficult to secure private armed officers to protect the community that the government effectively demands a monopoly on force and then fails to provide that protection. And so the community is left defenseless. So in the United States, the Jewish community increasingly takes its defense into its own hands. Right? In Sydney, Jews and non-Jews both believe much more and rely much more on the government, right? We pay taxes, you protect us. And that trust has been broken.
Thank you for your time today, sir. Currently being questioned.
Hotel room. Now they're able to identify where he lives. Obviously, when you check into a hotel, you give a driver's license, you give a credit card.
So you walk around Bondi, and it seems like the safest place in the world. Right? There's just such a high quality of life, mate. It's just unbelievable.
Been in Australia 6 days now. I haven't heard a harsh word, except from within my own head at times. I was seeing quite a few synagogues and Jewish schools. Nice place. Walk pretty much everywhere I want to go, which is nice. Not once have I felt any sense of menace. You going to join a sports club, play a bit of cricket? Oh, I think I'm more of a commentator, mate. Yeah, well, I'm getting in shape. Getting in shape to become a lifeguard. A few more weeks in Australia, I'll be able to run.
So a few miles, 20 miles south of here, you had the famous Cronulla riots in 2005, where Australian men stood up and said, we will no longer allow hostile immigrants to take over our sacred spaces, the beaches, and to abuse our women, and to kick sand in our face, and to disrupt and destroy our way of life.
Run up this hill, mate. Oh. So where's the trash? Where's the graffiti? Where are the rival gangs? People go to the beach here, they leave their phones, their wallets, their purses, their laptops right on the beach, go for a dip, come back, everything's still there. Lifeguards.
So Australians, when they visit America, are often quite naive, right? They don't realize that there are bad places, and you just can't start up a conversation with anyone, right? And so they often get into trouble. You had that Somali cop shoot and slaughter an Australian tourist in Minnesota because he was completely incompetent at his job, but he was repeatedly promoted and glorified and extolled because of the affirmative action mindset of the Democrats running Minnesota, right? You should never be a cop. So in Australia, the fair go, that's not a slogan, it's the social contract, right? Australians have willingly given up the freedom to bear arms, particularly after the 1995 Port Arthur massacre, in exchange for the fairness of a safe society where no one needs a gun, right? I won't carry a gun because the state guarantees that the bad guys won't have one either, or if they do have one, the police will come and stop him. So this is a betrayal. This massacre is a complete breakdown of that deal, right? The Jewish community feels it's kept its side of the bargain, right? Remained unarmed at a public festival, but then the state failed, right? The police ran away from the shooting at Bondi, right? So when the fairness model fails, the victims don't just feel unsafe, right? They feel cheated, right? They feel like this Labor government that runs both Australia and the state of New South Wales deliberately allowed the playing field to become lethally uneven in favor of those who hate Jews. So in the United States, the freedom model and the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms, that assumes the state cannot always protect you, right? The American understanding is the world is dangerous, the world is unfair, the world is filled with so much terrible stuff. We have to take steps to protect ourselves.
And to look out for people in the sea. Yeah, so look out for thieves. Seems to have done a pretty effective job discouraging them. So was it? That was Cronulla. We had the Cronulla riots of Native Australians versus the Lebanese. So that's a few miles from here. About 15 miles from here. 20. No rioting going on in the eastern suburbs. We're too posh. Very Anglo names around here, Victory Street. So, meanwhile in Charlottesville, big defeat for the alt-right. Well, the defendants lost the civil suit, right? Not that they have any money to pay up, but those judgments will be hanging over them for the rest of their lives. Also, it doesn't look good. So, did the alt-right acquit itself in glory at Charlottesville? I don't think so. Undoubtedly a really bad idea. So, Charlottesville reminds me of a situation I got into in late August, early September of 1988. I was at UCLA and I'd arrived a month early before the dormitories opened up. And there was a big tennis tournament going on at UCLA. So anyway, to cut long story short, I kind of gathered at a dangerous outcrop to try to watch the tennis for free. And because I participated in doing that, it encouraged other people to do it, which created a dangerous situation. So my selfishness and illegal behavior had cascading effects that frightened me. And I thought to myself, how the heck could I have done that?
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yankton is here with more. Trey, good afternoon to you from Washington.
Yeah, Mike, good afternoon. We continue to follow the latest developments with this terrorist attack in Sydney, Australia, that left at least 11 people dead and dozens injured when two gunmen opened fire in an anti-Semitic attack targeting Jews on the first night of Hanukkah. And I spoke earlier today with a contact in Australia who expressed concern not only about this terrorist attack, but the growing anti-Semitism leading to violence around the world. When you look at Jews here in Israel or in Australia, they point not just to the terrorist attack today, but to the two embassy workers that were murdered in Washington, D.C. earlier this year, to the anti-Semitic attack in Colorado, and to a variety of other attacks in Europe that have gone after Jews simply for being Jewish. And so you heard President Trump speaking today from the White House, calling this exactly what it was, an anti-Semitic attack. And we've heard similar sentiment from Israeli officials here in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem, calling this out. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking directly to the Australian Prime Minister, emphasizing the fact that the Israelis gave intelligence to their Australian counterparts about a possible terrorist attack against Jews during the holiday. And clearly, some of that intelligence was ignored or not taken as seriously.
So it used to be that Jews were much safer with the left in power because traditionally the right meant hierarchy, it meant rule by monarchy, rule by the dominant Christian elite. But this is switched around, and now it's the political right in Australia and in the United States that is much more concerned about providing safety for Jews. Right. So the current American political situation is that you have the core white Christian America, which is generally fairly benign in its attitudes towards Jews. And then you have the diverse coalition of the fringe, the Democratic Party, which is increasingly hostile.
As it could have been. But you see in these images here, the hundreds of beachgoers running for shelter. The majority of the people who were at this event were Jewish, who were attending this Hanukkah ceremony.
Australia is an overwhelmingly secular country, and in this secular country, there are still transcendent places, And in Australia, the beach is the cathedral, right? Bondi Beach is like the greatest cathedral in Australia. That's how it functions.
Lighting the menorah as Jews around the world do on this celebratory holiday. And we do understand, according to people who were there, the makeup of the people at this event. It was mostly families and young children when they were brutally attacked by these two gunmen earlier today. Mike?
Trey, all indications are that the guy...
So if this happened in California or in Texas or in Florida, the Jewish community's first reaction, primary reaction, would not be, why didn't the government protect us? It would be, why didn't we have our own shooters? Which the Jewish community increasingly does. So the Australian Jewish community is trapped between two worlds. They live in a fairness culture that has disarmed them, but they face a rising threat level that requires the freedom to defend themselves. So Australia has this tall poppy syndrome, means you look out for the little guy and you try to make sure that the little guy isn't bullied, right? And so now you have a minority Jewish community targeted at a family beach event. This is culturally repulsive to us Australians because it's the ultimate act of bullying. It's the most un-Australian thing possible. And the government is holding back the ability of groups like Jews to defend themselves for fear of offending ascending Muslims who are so anti-Jewish and anti-Israel. So for Australian Jews and for many Australians on the right, it increasingly seems like the fair go only applies or primarily applies to a two-tier justice system, such as in the United Kingdom, where the white or Christian or European majority is held to a much tougher standard. And if you're a sacralized minority group, such as Muslims, right, law enforcement is very gentle and very weak. So Jews in Sydney have been left in a security vacuum, right? They're denied American right to self-defense by Australian law, and they're denied Australian safety because the left-wing government has not been terribly interested in protecting Jews. So Jews in Sydney are left with the worst of both worlds. Such a profound difference. You go back to Australia and the average Aussie feels the government's on his side. You get off the plane at LAX, and from that time forward, you feel like you're dealing with a hostile government in America, right? You so frequently feel like the government is lined up against you, right? Australians have a much higher baseline trust in their government and in their institutions than Americans do, right? So in the US, right, a large part of the population views the government primarily as a threat to their liberty. In Australia, right, the government is widely viewed as the insurer of public safety, right? After the Bondi attack, the public immediately looks to the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, and the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, right? Not with suspicion, but with an expectation of leadership, right? And so you have this unified appearance before the news cameras of state and federal leaders, regardless of party lines, reinforcing the idea that the government is handling this. Right. Apparently, there's the hero of the Bondi incident, we're being told, is Inspector Amy Scott, right, a lone police officer who ran toward the danger and neutralized the attacker. So this universal praise in Australia, apparently, for Inspector Scott is uncomplicated by the deep polarization that surrounds policing in America. So the culture war burns at about 5 to 10% of the intensity in Australia that it does in America. Australians have much higher trust in their police forces. So I have Australians who lecture me, oh, mate, if an Australian police officer, fires his weapon, he's immediately suspended from duty and an investigation takes place. And I say, then what do you think happens in America? The very same thing happens. But the sense of trust in police is just so much higher in Australia. Australians overwhelmingly feel like their government works, the police work, the system works for them much more than against them. So that universal praise for Amy Scott, who neutralized the attacker, that was for the knifeman who was knifing people at Bondi Junction a couple of years ago.
CLA.
Who stopped one of the gunmen. Reportedly, his name was Ahmad Al-Ahmed. If so, does that make some people feel better that somebody actually stepped up and tried to save some of these people?
So in America, you get a lot more rhetoric about we need good guys with guns. The Australian conversation will focus on what's the mental health problem of these attackers, right? How do we better fund the public health system? So Australians assume that the government can and should fix these problems. In a low-trust society like America, people despair that the government can fix anything, so they retreat to individual solutions such as buying guns and hiring private security. Right after the Bondi knife attack a couple of years ago, the response to the Australian government was to tighten knife laws. Right, there wasn't the same sort of public outcry that you'd expect in Australia. So I go home to Australia and notice one dominant culture, and I also notice that when I dress in a distinctively Jewish manner, I'm kind of going against that. So in a multicultural America, it's much easier to be a traditional, distinctive Orthodox Jew. Traditional, distinctive Orthodox Jewish kids who go to yeshiva in Sydney or Melbourne, right, they're much more likely to get bashed. I grew up as a Seventh-day Adventist in Australia, and Seventh-day Adventists are widely loathed in Australia, probably more loathed than Jews. You really only have anti-Semitism in Australia in Sydney and in Melbourne. Now, populism, which is an increasingly dominant force in the West, believes in a united people. Right? Populism believes in the wisdom and the goodness of a united people. So the more populous a culture, a nation, a government, right, the more difficult it is to operate as part of an openly distinctive minority exceptional culture. And elites can only rule in a pluralist society where they can make alliances with various groups to maintain power. In a populous united culture, elites cannot rule. And Jews have always relied on strong government power to protect them, because Jews have rarely been popular. And so when you read American historians about populism, you will often find non-Jewish, particularly Southern American historians, write about populism with great sympathy, while Jewish academics, according to Peter Novick, author of the book That Noble Dream, The Objectivity Question and the American Historical Profession, that Jewish academics tend to be universally hostile to populism. So there's a conversation here between two Jewish academics from the early 1940s, Daniel Bell and Richard Hofstadter. This great fear of populism, right? Great fear of mass action, a fear of Gentile passions let loose, right? This is a particular Jewish fear because in traditional Jewish life, for the past 2,600 years, right, there's a fear what happens when the human animal is let loose, right? When man isn't fenced in, when there isn't strong dominant law and law enforcement, man becomes an animal. So there's a teaching in the Talmud, you should always pray for the welfare of the government, because without it, men will swallow each other alive.
Oh, these guys didn't meet some Hamas recruiter in an alley. In my opinion, they met an algorithm. So I believe that they're radicalized. I believe that they were validated and accelerated inside, get ready for this, of an Iranian online ecosystem.
So the chat says, wait, Australians after the pandemic still trust the government? Is this a fact, or is this just sentiment in Luke Ford circles? Well, you're not going to like this, but overwhelmingly, Americans and Australians both wanted tougher COVID restrictions and lockdowns. So Australians overwhelmingly supported the COVID restrictions. It was played up as tyranny in the United States, but that was not how it was experienced by Australians, because the dominant value in Australia is fairness, and it was thought it was unfair not to lock down because it put vulnerable people at risk. As a result, during the first year of COVID, Australia had 1/40th the per capita death rate as America. Well, it wasn't only a result of those restrictions. It was much easier for Australia to hold down the COVID death rate because it's an island.
That has been driving this anti-Semitism mercilessly for the last 24 months, and it rewards grievance, the dehumanization of Jews and violence towards Jews. And so at the end of the day, they don't need a handler to give them permission. Australia has very strict gun laws, Mike. They were out there with a hunting and a sports shotgun and a bolt action rifle. And even with those laws, they still were able to get these weapons. So the influence is what did the work here, and Iran's role matters. And I believe that's something that we need to look into very carefully, because they've spent years perfecting this model of influence-based warfare, and now it's left Jews dead on the beach in Bondi.
We're almost out of time, Aaron, but Australia's intelligence chief says one of the guys was known to authorities but not thought to be an imminent threat. Your thoughts?
I think that here's my message to the Prime Minister.
So every type of life signals, right? We rely on signaling, and there are usually signals that someone is a threat, but people will often fear taking action on obvious signals, such as someone checking in one of the key 9/11 hijackers. He didn't want to take any action, even though he felt this venomous hatred from the bloke, because he didn't want to come across as racist. And so people often suppress their natural instincts to avoid violating some taboo. Well, I have experience being stuck in an Australian COVID concentration camp.
Oh, mate. Alex Jones was right, man. I'm stuck in an Australian concentration camp. I mean, this is grim. I mean, this is where I'm stuck. They really do have concentration camps for people here in Australia. It's a police state, man. It's Big Brother. Look, this is all I've got, man. This is all I've got. I'm stuck here. Right? It's a police state. The restrictions have gone too far, bro. Oh man. Let me find a little cubby hole here. I gotta keep my voice down in case Big Brother gets to me. So, think about working your program. So, this is a good time to meditate on philosophical issues. I'm stuck in a concentration camp. So, you can believe in God, but you can still eat too much. You can still debt too much. You can still spend too much. You can still drink too much. You can still do too many drugs. Right? So, theoretical or religious belief in God, it may not cut it. We all are accountable to other people, right? None of us are running the show the whole time. We're always in positions where other people will have precedence over us. And so I think complying with God begins with complying with other people. And working your program. So in 12 steps, it usually means going to meetings, or there's my little cubby hole here in the Australian concentration camp, and calling a sponsor, following a sponsor's direction. But that's not the only meaning of working your program, right? It could mean reading biographies of. So if you're going to church or going to synagogue and you're bored out of your mind, maybe there's a new church or a new synagogue or a new way of approaching church or synagogue. Maybe there's a new group of people that you need to mix with. If you're going to meetings.
So I went back to Australia as soon as it opened up in, I think, November of 2021. But every time I'd enter a store, I'd have to check in on an app. First time I showed up at synagogue, because I hadn't registered in advance, because I didn't have proof that I was vaccinated, right? I couldn't get in. So for some people, right, these restrictions on freedom are just the worst thing ever. But if you're average Aussie, it just meant a safer society.
Yeah, the ocean is a cathedral. The future isn't made in Sydney, bro. Yeah, people are going to quote back to me. It's true, like the highest achievers in most fields. It's the most dangerous park in Sydney. You couldn't even name one. Couldn't even name like a dangerous park in Sydney. Aside from the cottages. Okay, we got some women's bars. I'm going to stay away from the women's bars. It's not 72.
Right. Australia has two 24-hour news services that stream on YouTube.
One of those is a child. We had 4 children transferred to Sydney Children's Hospital. We had about 38 people injured, and we've had about 100 ambulance personnel, specialist units and general duties paramedics here during their response last night.
Minister, we know that a lot of operations were taking place overnight and into the early hours of this morning. Are you expecting the death toll to rise further? Can you give us any update on the condition of some of those people being treated in hospital?
Yeah, well, look, some of those people are critically injured and some of those people are very seriously injured. So we hope and pray that those people get through the next few hours and days ahead. We will keep the community informed, obviously, throughout this process. But this is a very sad day for Australia, a very, very sad day for the Jewish community, and a very sad day for those frontline responders who had to run into the face of danger when many people were running away.
And Minister, you were here last night, you were with them, you've been at the hospital overnight. Just how big a response?
And remember, again, the evidence is that in the early minutes of the shooting, the first responders were running away from the terror, right? They weren't running towards it.
Has this been for New South Wales Health?
This has been a massive response. This has involved specialist units from across New South Wales Ambulance, New South Wales Ambulance helicopter response, New South Wales Ambulance specialist operations teams and clinicians, and then into the hospitals where our clinicians, our nurses, our paramedics worked hand in hand to keep people.
So you hear that sense that we're in it together, right? Much more trusting, cohesive response in Australia. So here's a background for this and so much else of what's going on right now from philosopher Charles Taylor, why modern spirituality feels empty and how to
Something's
fix it.
off. Like there's a hollowness at the core of modern life, despite all the distractions and instant gratification. You're not alone. We're going to unpack a powerful idea from philosopher Charles Taylor, who argues we're...
So I remember I was working an office job a few years ago, and after about 12 hours working on a computer in an office, it was just pouring rain, just like a vicious, windy rain. But I chose to walk home because I wanted to feel something. And boy, did I feel something. And it was painful. I had to take off my glasses. And then the rain was painful. If I left my eyes open, the rain would just bombard my eyes. But I wanted to feel something, right? People want to feel something. And the modern, buffered, enlightened self, right? It just feels so cut off from the porous sources of energy and connection that used to power us.
Living in a secular age, and it's not what you think. It's not just about declining church attendance. It's about a fundamental shift in how we experience meaning itself. We talked about the buffered self, this idea that we're sealed off from the enchanted world of the past. But here's where it gets interesting, especially when we look at contemporary spirituality. You might think, wait, spirituality is booming. Yoga studios on every corner, mindfulness apps, crystals, surely that's a re-enchantment? Not so fast. Taylor's analysis goes much deeper. See, the pre-modern enchanted world wasn't just about feeling spiritual. It was a fundamentally different way of being. The self was porous, vulnerable, yes, but also deeply connected to a larger cosmic order. Think of it like this. Imagine a medieval peasant praying for a good harvest. That prayer wasn't just a wish. It was an interaction with a real, powerful force that could directly impact their lives. Their very existence was interwoven with the divine, the demonic, the forces of nature. There was a hierarchy of being, a great chain reaching from God down to the lowest creature. Now contrast that with someone today doing a guided meditation on their phone. The goal is often self-improvement, stress reduction, maybe even manifesting abundance. It's all very self-focused. The spiritual practice is contained within the buffered self. It's a tool.
For me, the greatest sources of energy are other people. When I'm on the same page connected with other people and we're building something together, that to me is the greatest thing in the world, right? The greatest highs in my life, the greatest surges of power and emotion and meaning, right, all come from connection with others. So you look at the early historians and those who wrote the most influential studies of white attitudes and behavior towards blacks, they were almost all Gentiles. When Jewish academics wrote, right, they had a very different perspective. They wrote from the black point of view, right? So Jewish academics profoundly identified with oppressed black Americans and other minority groups much more than the non-Jewish white academics, right? They would take, Jewish academics was often great pride in believing that they think black, that they were the reverse of Oreos, vanilla wafers filled with chocolate filling. Jewish academics had always had great fear of populace because Jews have rarely been popular. So for Jewish academics, right, the irrational drives and longings which lead people to embrace Nazism or communism or populism, nationalism, right, these are frightening forces, right? And they didn't usually explicitly identify these forces as pathology, but they came pretty close to it, right? The academics who have been most critical of populism have dominantly been Jewish academics from the Northeast. Those academics who were most sympathetic to populism were dominantly Gentiles from the South and Midwest. But this wasn't really talked about, only mentioned obliquely. So there was a head of the American Historical Association who gave an address in the early 1960s, and he deplored the fact that it used to be that American historians had shared a common culture, common rural upbringing. And now that there's nothing that holds them together, right? Now the dominant historians were products of foreign origins, and their emotions were not the typical emotions of Americans. So these are outsiders who are colonizing our past and our history. It's not their fault, but it's true. So for Jewish academics, they were usually not that far removed from the shtetl, and they were not that far removed from fear over insurgent Gentile peasants creating pogroms. So the more united, cohesive a society, right, the more dangerous it is to be outside of that consensus of that dominant culture and to be distinctive. And so minority groups will tend to depend on the strength of elite institutions rather than their popularity with the mass population or with the goodness and kindness and will of the people. So Australia has this dominant singular culture. America is pluralistic, right? Australia has a large radical center. It's valued mateship, egalitarianism, and what comes with that is tall poppy syndrome, right? You stand out, then your peers will try to cut you down, right? If you want to be primarily driven by ambition, you'll be much happier living in America.
A technique to manage the anxieties and pressures of life within the imminent frame. It's not about surrendering to a higher power, it's about optimizing the self. This is crucial. Even when contemporary spirituality looks like a return to enchantment, it's often operating within the same buffered, individualistic framework. Think about the law of attraction, the idea that your thoughts can directly shape reality. On the surface, it seems magical, right? But look,
I had a friend who told me about how he used the law of attraction to sleep with some of the most famous porn stars. So historically, Jews have practiced the royal alliance, right? They sought the protection of elites, of the king, the ultimate elite, against the peasants and the populist masses, right? The king needed Jewish finance, administration. The mob wanted to be released from debts and wanted to be released from rule by outside Jews. So Jews have this long historical fear that the people will rise up, and the people mobilized by populism will require an enemy from within, a parasitic elite to rally against. And so when many Americans feel like they're being governed by a hostile elite, they often associate that hostile elite with Jews. So some of the most famous Jewish academics, such as Richard Hofstadter, would characterize populist movements not as noble agrarian uprisings, but essentially pathological movements driven by status anxiety, paranoia, anti-Semitism, unworthy emotions. Conversely, Southern Gentile historians would tend to view populism sympathetically, right? A genuine attempt by poor white people and black people to unite against the tyranny of northern banks and railroads and elite institutions that were not protecting minorities but were oppressing the poor. So elites can only rule in a pluralist society where power is fractured and the government acts as a referee between competing interest groups such as unions, corporations, religious groups, right? And then elites maintain power by forming coalitions. And so minority groups such as Jews can often be part of the ruling coalition. In a popular system, right, the goal is to erase the friction of interest groups, unite the real people into one voice. If you're a part of a distinctive minority that wears a kippah, keeps the Sabbath, demands kosher food, you are an obstacle to that unity. So much easier to be an Orthodox Jew in America, particularly in California, right? The state, the power in California is a collection of minorities managed by a bureaucratic elite, and this structure favors Jewish safety. The Australian emphasis on a fair go applies a social contract where you're expected to just blend in to maintain social cohesion. So there is this Jewish fear of mass passion, because often Jews have become the targets of mass passion. There's a fear of the insurgent Gentile peasant, of the pogrom. So there's a fear of the collapse of the rule of law, to the return of the human to the animal, where life becomes brutish, nasty, and short, that without a dominant law and a dominant elite and dominant government institutions, man becomes an animal. So for Australian Jews, the fairness, social contract, the rule of law, state monopoly on force, right? This is like a secular halakha. It's the rigid structure that keeps the animal of Jew hatred in a cage. Now, this Bondi massacre signifies that this form of law has failed, right? The police, the enforcers of the law, were too slow, too timid, too cowardly. The state was absent when Jews needed protection. So the law recedes and the animal rises up. And so how Jews experience this is part of a pattern, how non-Jewish Australians see this as a glitch. Jews feel connected to the ancestral panic that the whole structure of civilization is dissolved, leaving them vulnerable to the passions of animals, off the hook.
Look closer. It's often presented as a technique for personal gain, for achieving your desires within the material world. It's not about aligning yourself with a divine will. It's about bending reality to your will. It's a very buffered form of magic, and this buffering extends beyond individual practices. Consider the rise of spiritual but not religious identities. This often involves picking and choosing elements from different.
So many leading Jewish academic historians in the United States are just a generation or two removed from the shtetl and fears of Gentile peasants unleashing pogroms. And so this Bondi massacre feels like a modern pogrom, a modern peasant uprising, because in the months leading up to this attack, Sydney has seen many massive, aggressive street protests targeting the Jews. So from a non-Jewish perspective, this looks like democratic expression. From a Jewish perspective, right, these aren't political protests, right? These are insurgent peasants gathering at the edge of the village about to unleash a pogrom. And so this Bondi massacre kind of validates this Jewish pattern recognition that Gentile peasant passions let loose in the streets leading to pogroms is a grave threat. So you have these urban, usually northeast Jews, just a generation or two removed from Eastern Europe, with very different perspectives on populism and American history compared to rural, small-town historians of non-Jewish American origins. So Bondi is an urban stronghold for Jews. It's cosmopolitan, it's affluent, it's heavily Jewish. And so there's the large strain of Australian populism that views the Zionist lobby or the Jewish lobby or the Jewish community as inauthentic to the Australian fair go culture, right? It's too loud, it's too demanding, it's too foreign. So now this massacre forces the organized Jewish community to feel like outsiders, right? They thought they were insiders in the Aussie system, but now the lack of protection makes them feel like guests who can be targeted at will, and they blame the government for allowing the peasants to repeatedly gather and threaten to unleash pogroms. Right? The government treated these Gas the Jews protests as legitimate political discourse. So this Jewish demand for security, it's not just about physical safety, it's about the restoration of the rule of law to contain chaos. And without the rule of law, you get massacres at Bondi, which is the ultimate Jewish nightmare scenario. right? The noble dream of a tolerant, fair, secular society, right, has been dissolved, and you find the insurgent peasant pogrom, right, standing up against you with a gun.
Different traditions, creating a personalized spiritual cocktail. While there's nothing inherently wrong with that, Taylor would argue that it reflects a deeper shift. We've become spiritual consumers, shopping for experiences and beliefs that fit our individual preferences. We're not submitting to a tradition, a community, a set of authoritative teachings. We're curating our own spiritual journey. This is the buffered self in action, even in the realm of the spiritual. We're protected from the unsettling, demanding aspects of traditional faith. We're shielded from...
So I grew up Seventh-day Adventist, as did Bob Ellis, a writer and filmmaker who made a movie I just love. It's called The Nostradamus Kid. It came out in 1993. I grew up Seventh-day Adventist, often at camp meetings, Christian revival meetings, kind of modeled on Billy Graham.
I gave my heart to the Lord was in 1959. I was 16 then, and I guess I was in the habit. All in all, I gave my heart to the Lord 8 times. 8.5 if you count the time I tripped over a cocker spaniel and had to be carried from the church with a broken ankle. Then I lost my virginity.
Right, you give your heart to the Lord, right, and you feel connected, right? It gives you a strength and a guidance that you don't have just on your own.
And I got more cagey about where I put my heart, how often. It wasn't right then, actually. It was 3 years later when I was 19 and 1 month old, which was the national average then. It was a long time ago.
Right, so the movie essentially begins with him losing his virginity. So when I go back to Sydney, I relax, right? You don't realize how much tension and fear and pressure and wariness that you take as normal in Los Angeles. And then you go back to Sydney and you just let it go. Fear plays a much smaller role in life in Australia because you have social welfare, you have social medicine, you have worker protections, right? In America, it's much easier to get fired, to lose your health insurance, to go bankrupt if you get sick. There's much more crime, right? In Sydney's eastern suburbs, in Bondi, right? You feel like you can just walk anywhere alone, any time of day, man, woman, child, right? You hear a loud noise in Australia or something, you turn to your fellow Australians and you can just talk about it because you're kind of all in it together. You turn to the person next to you in an American big city, and the odds are about 50% that person doesn't speak English, or you just feel not only do you have nothing in common with the person, you feel under threat.
I feel like I'm living in an Air Supply song. I mean, here I am, playing with those memories again. And just when I thought time had set me free, those thoughts of Australia keep haunting me. Those thoughts of you, Australia, keep haunting me. Holding you, a feeling I never outgrew. Though each and every part of me has tried, only you, Australia, can fill that space inside. So there's no sense pretending my heart is not mending. Even the days are better. Haven't even been mugged yet. Seems like I can build a life here. There's a great Jewish community. Like I'm making friends here. Got invited home for Shabbos lunch. Talked about rugby league and cricket and the NBA and the NFL.
Right, you could go to lunch with a Chabad rabbi and you can talk about rugby league and cricket and the National Football League and just, a plethora of topics. The Sydney Jewish community is overwhelmingly secular, but a lot of trust and cohesion and happiness and not a lot of judgment. So you live in Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Seattle, right? You pay an enormous stress tax every day, right? You are constantly vigilant when you leave your home, right? You know the social safety net is full of holes. You realize that the person who's closest to you may well be desperate or dangerous. You know that the police are minutes away and not likely to risk themselves to protect you. So you live in this chronic state of low-grade, defensive, anxious posture, right? You go to Sydney, particularly in the eastern suburbs, you enjoy the peace dividend, right? You may have to pay a bit more in taxes, you have a bit more regulation, but you're not afraid. Now, you've got this Bondi Massacre that shatters Sydney relaxation. So I am very jumpy. I overreact to loud noises. Like I react to loud noises more than 90% of people. And in Australia, when I react to a loud noise, I just normally turn to the person next to me, even a complete stranger, and it's comforting, right? In LA, I'm out in public and I hear a loud noise, right? I assume it's a gunshot. I don't just immediately turn to the person next to me, right? You hear that loud noise in Sydney and you think, oh, it's just a car backfiring. It's just fireworks, right? You turn to the person next to you and you laugh, go, oh, geez, that was loud. Now, the terrorists in Bondi exploited that reflex, right? They operated in a space where a loud noise tends to draw curiosity, not evasion or alarm. So now for Sydney's Jewish community, that Sydney reflex is gone, right? They will now hear noise with American ears. So in big city America, you are wary of strangers because you share little in common with them, often not even language, right? You have an atomized identity, right? In LA, you survive by assuming that you're an island. You don't rely on strangers. You want to do that as little as possible. You live in Sydney, particularly in the eastern suburbs, and you feel part of a village. There is an assumption of shared values and shared rules. Even if you don't know the person, right, you assume that they're playing the game of Australian civility, and 95% of the time they are. Now, this massacre introduces a radical other into this cohesive space. You can no longer assume the person next to you shares your values or your inhibition against violence. It is an importation of Los Angeles stranger danger into the Sydney village. You have a collapse of the sanctuary. Right? Life is harder in America. Fear of bankruptcy, firing, crime. Americans have to build fortresses. We have gated communities. We have armed guards. We have complex insurance policies. We have really sharp lawyers. Right? Our safety is private. It is hardened. Life in Australia is softer. You have socialized medicine. You have worker protections. Australians build parks. They have beautiful public facilities. Right? Safety is public and soft. Hanukkah by the Sea was the ultimate expression of this. There's an event that says we don't need a fortress. We've got the park, mate. So now an attack on this event destroys the idea that Jews can live in the soft world. So they will increasingly have to go and build hard American structures, armed guards, perimeters, to protect themselves, right? This is the loss of the fair go culture. And the Rambam, Moshe Maimonides. Now, it's a little more challenging to lead an observant Jewish life in Sydney compared to Los Angeles. But you can still do it. Yeah, there's more Torah, more concentrated Torah in Los Angeles. But I've been in LA for 20 Party Bots throws down $10 super chat. Thanks for the weekly show, Luke. Please never leave. You'll get too comfortable. The show will suffer. Stay anxious. 7 years. I shouldn't be so selfish and just bless Los Angeles jury with my presence. I should share the joy with Sydney siders. Why should Sydney Jews not get the full Luke Ford experience? Should I say Levi Ben Abraham? Why should I keep all my charm and charisma and good looks just to one major city, just to the Northern Hemisphere? Time to take my skills down south. Oh, mate, that's just so beautiful. So It's tops, mate. What can I say?
So the Sydney Opera House is about 9 miles from here. I think Bondi Beach is about 7 or 8 miles from here. So the burning heart of Sydney Orthodox Judaism's in Bondi.
Now, as Orthodox Judaism goes, it's a pretty relaxed version. Now, what you're thinking right now is, Luke, what would be the elite response to this kind of attack? And let me clue you in, right? Here we go, the legacy of American nations.
J.D. Vance's speech at the Claremont Institute this summer to the kind of tweets they're putting out. Who has the Department of Homeland Security tweet out John Gast's American Promise, the most famous painting and allegory of like white supremacy and divine conquest of the continent there is? With the tweet was like, a heritage worth protecting or something like that. I mean, whoa, not even hiding it anymore. So that's the struggle. It's always been the struggle. That's why it's so dangerous is, are we going to be committed to this idea of trying to...
All right, this is Kevin Williamson of the Dispatch, right? Anti-Trump Republicans, conservatives, sitting down here with journalist Colin Woodard, decrying blood and soil nationalism.
Create a society where all humans can be as universally and sustainably free, over the generations, over time? Or are we just going to be another blood and soil nation where, who you're born to determines everything, either because you're the right genetic stock of the Herrenvolk or you're born into the aristocratic class and the kings who are supposed to run everything?
Right, so our elite see any recognition that people naturally inclined to loyalty to people like themselves as just basically people descending to Nazism.
Our country is supposed to be a refutation of that, and yet that's the battle we've been having all along because some of the regions were never on board with the declaration, specifically Tidewater and Deep South.
Yeah, and I wonder why that is. I've spent a good deal of time in the Deep South, and I currently live in Appalachia in the Blue Ridge Mountains, right on the border between Virginia and West Virginia. And it's remarkable to me still how different the local culture is where I live from other places in the South that are only a couple hours away by car. It's a very, very different world, not to mention how different it is from, say, Mississippi.
Civil War, really, too,
like
right?
Well, why do people have to be so damn racist, right? Why can't they just embrace civic nationalism and the power of ideas? Intellectuals just love the power of ideas, right? And so you get essentially only one type of expert talk, and that is those who don't live by ideas are savages. And America is a refutation of blood and soil nationalism. But blood and soil nationalism, loyalty to people like yourself, is pretty much it, universal instinct. So how much can ideology and speech control tamp down these universal instincts, right? Is a nation a biological reality, blood? Is it an intellectual agreement, creed, right? If it's an intellectual agreement, that's much more sophisticated and that's much more elevated and that's much more praised. The instinct to protect one's own kin and territory is just the factory setting of the human species, right? Parochial altruism. We are hardwired to be deeply self-sacrificial for our in-group and to be deeply suspicious of out-groups. We all tend to essentialize out-groups. Say, oh, it's Jews, it's gays, it's blacks, it's whites, right? Anyone who's different is normally, naturally, a source of concern. And America is supposed to be the great refutation of these instincts, right? We can have a proposition nation. We can be united by a whole series of beautiful abstract ideas regarding liberty and equality and individualism, and this can just override millions of years of biological programming. So you've got the software versus the hardware. The hardware that we're given at birth is blood and soil, right? We've got the reptile brain. Who is my tribe? Who will defend me? Who looks like me? This is fast, this is emotional, this is visceral. Then we've got the software of civic nationalism, the American experiment. Do you believe in the Constitution, mate? Do you follow the law? This is the neocortex function. It's slow, it's rational, requires constant energy to maintain. It's exhausting. It's the enlightened buffered attitude. Now, the glitch is ideology and speech control can only do so much. When the system works smoothly, when you have high prosperity, high safety, right, the software can run smoothly and you can ignore the hardware. When the system crashes, when you have violence, economic collapse, or massacres like what happened at Bondi, the software fails, the hardware takes over. So Freud argued that civilization is based on the suppression of instinct. But instinct always returns, right? You can suppress blood and soil instincts by declaring them evil, low status, racist, but they're not going to disappear. They just go underground, they curdle, and they may come back with a religious manifestation on what is essentially an ethnic and genetic identity. So tribal in a Protestant-dominated America, tribal, the idea, the concept, the wording, tribal was something that denoted low class, primitive, something that we should supersede. I grew up a Protestant, and tribal was a dirty word. Convert to Orthodox Judaism, tribal isn't a dirty word. So in America, the creed is weakened. We have less and less in common with each other. We have less trust with each other. We have less trust in our government, our institutions. We are more polarized. People retreat to their tribe, racial, political, religious. So you have a rise of identity politics on the left and nationalism on the right, both two sides of the same coin, right? They both represent the failure of the universal American idea to satisfy the human hardware need for a tribe. And Australia tries to tamp down these instincts with the fair go doctrine, right? We don't need tribes because we're all mates. So Australia exercises heavy speech control with hate speech laws, social pressure, great deal of social regulation. You're not allowed to voice tribal grievances because that breaks the illusion of mateship. Well, you try to forbid people from expressing their tribal fears, right? I'm afraid that Muslims are going to slaughter me, right? Those fears don't vanish. They amplify, they build. Then you get violence, it breaks the silence. The reaction will be explosive because it's been bottled up by ideology for so long. And now you're going to get blowback.
Is it geography? Is it the mountains that's kept it so distinct that it's hard to get to? Is it a weird little perverse American Switzerland that maintains its distinctiveness because nobody's a billy goat and wants to get up here, or how does it work?
A great big Switzerland. Like, it's actually the most populous and I think by land area the largest of all of them. So very successful in spreading. And you're talking to a cultural historian, geographer. Everything's downstream of culture. And the reason Appalachia is different is because those founding settlers weren't Puritans, and they weren't the lesser sons of English gentry who went to the Chesapeake and tried to recreate, Lord Grantham's Downton Abbey. Hey, I'm the second son. I didn't inherit Downton Abbey. I get to create a new one here, right? That's a conservative aristocratic project. You had the Puritans with their utopian one. You had the deep Southerners who were West Indies, brutal planners, just moving their Caribbean slave society to the subtropical lowlands of the New Carolina colony when they ran out of room in the 1670s. None of those things are true of the first settlers in Greater Appalachia. That was people from the war-torn borderlands of the British Isles, from the lowlands of Scotland, like where Braveheart's from, the English Marches, and especially Ulster, where lowland Scots had been sent by the English monarchs to conquer the indigenous Irish and claim the place for the English crown. And they were these are places where there's constant warfare. The institutional environment was extremely weak. Government was non-existent. When it showed up, it was in the form of people with lances and bows trying to mow you down. You had to protect your kith and kin yourself, and it was a pastoral, not an agrarian society, meaning they heard their wealth was in livestock. Livestock can be easily stolen or killed, and all your wealth is in it. Anthropologists have noticed around the world that pastoral societies, because your wealth is so vulnerable, they have what's called a culture of honor all over the world where...
So if you feel unsafe, if you feel that your wife and your kids are unsafe, your tribe is unsafe, right? You don't care about proposition nation, civic nationalism, multicultural fairness, right? You care primarily about blood, keeping your own kin alive. Right? America does not refute blood and soil nationalism. It tries to sublimate it, tries to channel that tribal energy into sports and military service or community competition. But when the government fails to provide basic safety, right, the sublimation stops, right? The universal instinct of self-defense overrides the intellectual construct of fairness. So ideology can tamp down universal instincts only as long as the ideology delivers results. The moment the ideology fails to protect, right, people return to blood and soil logic instantly. We're watching that switch flip in Sydney right now. So intellectuals attribute way too much power to reason. Many of my friends are philosophers. I love reason. I love philosophy. My dad got 2 PhDs I grew up in a home filled with books. I love ideas. I'm an intellectual gigolo. I fall in love with every beautiful idea that comes along and ultimately stay loyal to almost none. But reason is about the weakest thing that drives us, right? Compared to the power of our tribe, our genes, our upbringing, right? Reason is weak, right? Intellectuals think that ideas are superior to non-rational responses, that the rational response is always better than the non-rational response. It's not true. Often our instincts, our non-rational instincts, are much more important for our survival than our intellectual abstract reasoning, right? There is the rationalist delusion, right? The false belief that reason should be the emperor of our mind and of our life. Really, reason is just the press secretary, right? We have big brains primarily so that we can rationalize the terrible things that we do to each other in pursuit of what tastes good and feels good. Right? Our instincts are usually superior to our reason when it comes to survival, right? Frequently, the non-rational response is the smarter one, right? In a crisis like the terror attack in Bondi, reason is a liability because it's too slow, right? Reason is slow, it's calorie expensive, it requires data processing, right? Instinct is fast, automatic, ancient, it screams loud, noise, run. In an active shooter situation, the rational person pauses to analyze the data and would be more likely to die. The non-rational person who blindly trusts in his own fear reflex survives. So intellectuals deride reflexes and instincts as panic, but nature values them as survival. Right? Chesterton's fence. If you got a fence that's been built up and survived for millions of years, and you don't see the rational reason for the fence, right? Modern secular intellectuals say, "Oh, tear down the fence." There's no rational reason for it. They ignore the power of instinct. They can't find a rational reason for the fence. They assume that you can't have a rational, logical, philosophical explanation for a fence. If you can't explain the danger logically, the danger doesn't exist. Right? This is the arrogance that gets people killed. So intellectuals believe that they are the rider controlling the elephant of their instincts. In reality, the elephant, right, our genetic drives for safety, tribal loyalty, and status, it goes where it wants, and the rider simply generates post hoc rationalizations for why the elephant moved. So the elephant of the Jewish community has reared up in fear after a massacre. Now the riders, the government, the officers, the pundits are explaining why they should not be afraid. But the elephant is reacting to a real threat that the rider is trying to rationalize away. Rationality is frequently maladaptive. Right? The tribe will usually be the ultimate safety net. Right? The rational view says we're all individuals and the state protects us equally. The instinctive view says Keir Starmer practices two-tier policing, right? One policing for the European white Christian population and a much more relaxed policing system for Muslims, right? The instinctive view says when the lights go out and the shooting begins, only my kin will risk their lives for me, right? Intellectuals call this tribalism. They try to shame it out of people. When the state fails to protect, the tribe is the only thing left. Intellectuals assume that because instincts are primitive, they are wrong. But in matters of life and death, primitive is usually battle-tested.
The basic way of surviving is that everybody knows you do not touch that guy's sheep because he will mess you up, right? You have a reputation for even the slightest slights that you'll just come down and you'll beat the crap out of somebody. That was the model to survive in that area. So when this continent was being settled, a lot of people saw great value in getting Scots-Irish and Lowland Scots to settle the borderland frontier, where the land that was being taken from indigenous people, and the indigenous people were fighting back, that you would put these people there again, just like you did against the indigenous Irish. You would put them as a cordon sanitaire.
So the dominant elite assumes the Buffett identity, right? So dominant Australian responses to this type of terror attack is, it's about mental health. We need more social welfare spending, right? The elite, secular elite, love mental health explanations. Right? Trust requires a Buffett view. Right? You trust the technician, you trust the government to fix these problems because these problems have a technical cause. Right? If you view the world as porous, filled with sin, evil, and spiritual warfare, devils and demons, you don't trust the government to fix these things because the government cannot legislate against evil. You trust God, you trust your gun, you don't trust the state. Australia's high trust in government relies on the population agreeing that even the worst tragedies are essentially just policy problems to be solved. So the people on TV who discuss this Bondi Hanukkah massacre will talk from the Buffett identity. Regular Aussies will talk from the Porous identity. Right? Those who went to university will talk from the Buffett identity. Those who didn't go to universities will be openly porous. So the Buffett response will be all about managing the social fabric, right? This massacre is a glitch. It's a system failure. It's a social phenomenon. They will medicalize it. The porous reaction is that evil is lurking around us and the government won't protect us. So the Buffett elites will talk a great deal about safety and reviewing security protocols for Jewish events, right? We can seal up people in a Buffett identity if we just have better regulations, right? The working class, the religious, those who didn't go to university, right? They don't believe in this Buffett identity, right? They don't experience this event as a policy failure. They feel it as an invasion of evil and darkness. This happens on Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights. It's not just a mass shooting, it's a blasphemy. It is a pattern, right? Those who have the Buffett identity rely on the system and the police to protect them. Those who have a porous identity know that the system is fragile and safety ultimately rests on the courage of individuals. So after this Bondi massacre, you'll see the dominant voices on TV try to damp down the porous identity by focusing on gun laws and social cohesion and trust the technicians. Public will demand retribution and moral clarity. If the Aussie left-wing government buffers too hard by seeming to care more about preventing a backlash against Muslims than avenging the victims, right, the high trust will evaporate. Right? The porous public needs to see the state act as a righteous avenger. So the Buffett world just feels incredibly flat.
A border people to protect, us feet, fondue eating, people in the coastal cities on the East Coast would be protected by these Scots-Irish who would be placed along the frontier. And the Quakers, who founded one of these regional cultures, had an open immigration policy and let tons and tons of Scots-Irish come in the 1730s and 1740s. They went straight to the backcountry where there was land and where you could herd animals. And the beginning of it was in southwestern Pennsylvania, and then it spread on two sides of the Appalachian Ridge. One went down the Great Wagon Road to colonize the uplands of.
So I don't have strong feelings on gun control. I guess I'm middle of the road Republican, generally predisposed towards gun rights, but I'm not outraged or horrified by gun control. I think in some situations gun control will make the community safer. In other situations it will make it less safe. I think the dominant Australia reaction to this attack is that they don't want all these immigrant warring tribes in their land. But this response will get very little respectable media coverage, right? Something similar happened in America after 9/11. Osama bin Laden specifically cited America's support for Israel as a key reason for his attack on America, but respectable opinion paid no attention to that, right? Instead, respectable opinion put out ridiculous lies such as terrorists hate our freedom. Right? Dennis Prague would say the organized Sydney Jewish community's response of first blaming the government exemplifies his admonition: the bigger the government, the smaller the citizen. Right? A very seductive idea for conservatives. It provides this direct link between the size of the government and moral character. It offers a spiritual diagnosis for a political problem. It says that when people rely on the state for protection and sustenance and purpose, that their own muscles to take care of themselves atrophy. But it's ridiculous, right? You do need the government to have a dominant monopoly on violence, right? There's a difference between dependency and accountability, right? Blaming the police for failing to stop a massacre is not a sign of spiritual smallness. It's a sign of high standards for public institutions, right? If a bridge collapses, we don't say the citizens were small-souled for not building their own rafts. We say the engineers failed. Right, we need to be able to walk into skyscrapers and feel safe. Right, we need security as public infrastructure, not just as personal virtue. Right, so Prager is romanticizing the porous self, the big-souled citizen who faces the dangers of the world with his own courage and weapons. Right? The natural state of man is not to be that rugged individualist that Dennis Prager espouses. The natural state of man is to be part of an extended family. We're not primarily individuals, we're primarily members of extended families, primarily members of tribes. So popular, real response to these things is we don't want these warring tribes in our land. The elite curation, what people say on the news, will give no respect to that view. Right? A dominant view in Australia will be a plague on both your houses. Right? It will not be anti-Semitism versus civilization, won't be resistance versus oppression, it will be foreign noise versus Australian quiet. The average Aussie prizes the high trust dividend, prizes the fair go. And they recognize both sides of this Jewish-Muslim conflict as a degradation of their quality of life. Right? They see this violence and disruption and angry talk as an imported virus, and it will get almost no coverage in respectable media because it questions the fundamental success of multiculturalism. As soon as you say we don't want these warring tribes, you admit that culture matters more than location. That you cannot simply move people to Sydney and expect them to act like fair dinkum Aussies. You can't expect them to leave their ancient hatreds at customs. This would shatter the multicultural success story myth that Aussie elites and American elites rely on. The Bush administration, mainstream media, tried to say about Osama bin Laden and company, oh, they just hate us for our freedoms. And it was easier to mobilize the nation against such evil, right? These bad people hate our freedoms. You're denying agency to bin Laden, right? You're refusing to look at him as a rational actor, right? Acknowledging reality would have forced a debate on U.S. foreign policy, right? Is our support for Israel worth this cost? The establishment did not want to have that debate. So we'll see a sanitization of motive in the coming days regarding the Bondi attack. You'll hear this was an act of senseless hate. This was mental illness. This was extremism. You won't hear a serious debate about whether mass immigration from conflict zones inevitably imports the conflict. Right? That conversation, that realism is just too dangerous for social cohesion, which relies upon believing in lies. So respectable coverage will focus on unity and resilience and technical governmental conduct and governance. Right? Unrespectable public will quietly resent their peaceful land, their peaceful beach has become a battlefield for a foreign war that they want no part of. So in Australia, any talk about importing the conflict is the third rail. As soon as the media admits this massacre is the result of importing specific demographics, they validate the blood and soil instinct that they want to denigrate. So you'll get a framing this massacre as a failure of assimilation, a failure of education. Just more education, more funding, more social programs, right? These warring tribes can be turned into peaceful cricket fans. Right? If there's truth to the warring tribes theory that you have a Middle East blood feud surviving the flight to Sydney, right? You'll never hear that broadcast. You'll only hear that whispered. Seems like a good place to start afresh. So much to build on. Like every weekend you can go exploring and you're not likely to get shot or stabbed or mugged. Like every stranger you encounter in Sydney is just a mate you haven't made yet. Here. So I just rode a very crowded bus and it made me think how everything's easier when you don't hate and loathe people on the bus. So I got on a bus, every seat was taken, like every square foot was taken, people were standing, the bus was absolutely jammed and it was okay and it was cool because we didn't have any super predators on the bus. I mean in Los Angeles, right? You don't want to stand within 3 feet of a super predator. If you accidentally bump a super predator or some gangbanger, right, they're very likely to feel disrespected and get violent with you. It was easier to ride a bus absolutely jammed, standing room only. It was so jammed that an attractive young woman was forced to sit next to me. That's how jammed it was. And it's so much easier to be in physically uncomfortable spaces with people you like
than in comfortable spaces with people you don't like. So when people talk to me about how beautiful Sydney is, or how beautiful Los Angeles is, or how San Francisco is, or Philadelphia, or Rio de Janeiro, to me it all comes down to the quality of your connections with people. Like, I got a lot of mates in Sydney, so that makes Sydney beautiful to me. I'd rather be in a cold place, an unscenic place, filled with my friends, than in the most beautiful place in the world.
So is Hanukkah a religious or a tribal celebration? So in the ancient world, there was no divide between tribe and religion. And Judaism emerges out of the ancient world. So Judaism has historical, tribal, religious, national components. And the components that people stress or identify with publicly may not be the exact components that are moving them privately.
Where I don't have any connections. Like, everything comes down to the quality of the people. Like Sydney's eastern suburbs in particular have good quality people. Like, everybody's nice. I'm asking for directions. I didn't have one unpleasant experience with anyone when I was in Australia for 2 months last year. So I've been in Australia for 4 days this time. No unpleasant experiences. I ask people for help. I get on absolutely jammed bus. Nobody seems stressed. Right? Stressed. I remember in America, everyone's talks about how they're stressed. Didn't see anyone looking stressed on a jammed bus. Like, no one seemed terribly uncomfortable, distressed, anxious. I mean, I have a lot of tendencies to anxiety, all right?
That suggested this kind of thing was
Navigating myself.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been seeing this for 2 years. I think what we've seen since October 7th, the attacks on Israel, is a kind of a globalization. It's what the Palestinian supporters want. They call it globalizing the Intifada, and making this not just a war against the Israeli military, which is something one could at least understand to some extent, if not.
I can't believe how one-sided and pro-Israel Fox News is. I mean, I love it as a Zionist. It's just amazing to me how much Fox News is on the pro-Israel side. Thank God.
But now it's just globally. It's a license to kill Jews. And I think all of us in the United States need to see that this is not isolated to a country like Australia, which, as I said, is pro-Palestinian. They give tens of millions of Australian taxpayer dollars to Palestinian causes. They've recognized a Palestinian state. None of it is enough. They're still going to be exploited like this to try to attack innocent Jews, celebrating Hanukkah. It's just, it's beyond the pale. And I think we just have to double down here in the United States and say this is simply unacceptable.
Yeah. I've often wondered why it is that, Hamas conducted the attacks of October 7th, slaughtered so many innocent people, burned babies alive in ovens.
So the chat says it's a wild turn of events, celebrating win over a tribe, right? The Greeks, in the Hanukkah celebration. Then another religious tribe, or it doesn't have to be religious, Muslims, with more recent feuds show up and start attacking you. You can't make this stuff up. So a movie that I love, as I mentioned, is the Nostradamus Kid from 1993. And it's a coming-of-age story about an Australian boy raised a Seventh-day Adventist who yearns for the pastor's daughter. He fears that the world is coming to an end. And the protagonist alternates between giving his life to God and giving his life to girls. This movie reminds me of my own life. It starts with the Billy Graham crusade, right? I went to one of those in high school in Sacramento. I found it tremendously moving. Right? I believed in God when I lived in a believing in God environment. I didn't believe in God when I started living in God-free places like the college, university. So Seventh-day Adventists have a disproportionate number of attractive women, right? And they tend to be shy and modest, and that makes them, to me, all the more appealing, right? I really dig modest women. I respect the chaste. I admire feminine reserve. I love prim and proper girls. And being a Seventh-day Adventist, it was a hard way of life, but it was fair. And the Adventists, they quickly sorted out the ones that they couldn't trust. And they branded us with the mark of Cain. And they sent us as wandering, fugitive sinners through the land of Nod all our days. Right? The movie opens with the singing of a Christian hymn. Compared to the hard work of a Jewish service, right? The Christian service seems like spiritual crack cocaine. Right, Christian services stress emotion much more than do Jewish ones. Christian sermons stress love. They stress faith, the next world, much more than Jewish ones, which tend to be much more pragmatic and oriented to our daily behavior. The spiritual high is much more easily accessible, usually at a Christian service than a Jewish one. You get to have a lot easier and more pleasant and nice feelings in church, and to be swept away with the romantic stories about God sending his son to die on a cross. Now, the protagonist in this movie loses his virginity, becomes much more cagey about where he puts his heart. And I recognize the truth there. Sleeping with a lot of women, it hardens you. It makes you less vulnerable to one-itis. And the protagonist, not particularly choosy about where he beds his ladies. Movie's very Australian. Talks about losing his virginity. It was like getting baptized. You're totally immersed and you come up spitting water, expecting the Holy Spirit to land on your head and a choir of angels. Then there's this dead, still silence. Everything is as it was, except that you are soaking wet. The woman who takes this protagonist's virginity is surprised the young man has not had a drink all night. It's against my religion, says the lad. It's against the religion I used to have. Right? I'm the same way. I don't drink alcohol. I have all these forces of habit from the religion I used to have. Still a vegetarian. Still don't drink.
Degrees Fahrenheit, it's about 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
G'day mate, 40 here. So I was plugging in my iPhone to, like a lot of people are into stretching and chiropractic adjustment, and it doesn't really work because if the muscles tighten and spasm, it pulls back into place. And so you stretch and stretch a tight muscle and it's going to pop. Right? You can't get very far. And if you simply adjust your musculature, all right, then the muscle spasms are going to pull the musculature out of alignment. That's why a chiropractic adjustment only seems to provide benefit.
Right, people want easy solutions and want to put out as little effort as possible. Nostradamus Kid from 1993.
So you know where you're living? Yeah. I'm sleeping on Ted McAllister's floor. It's one of these along here.
Oh, you're sleeping on this floor? Where will we go?
We're in the wrong house, but I really like the room.
No. No, look.
Oh, no, come on.
No, it's in the right house.
I'm really worried about McAllister.
So he's losing his virginity and bloke's just walking by. God forbid.
He's stunning up the mix master. Why would he be beating eggs at this house? Damn funny people in the big city.
Right, Seventh-day Adventists don't drink, so dealing with intoxicated people was quite the learning experience for me.
Come on.
Gee, thanks. It was really nice.
You were disappointed, weren't you?
Well, it was like getting baptized. I mean, you're totally immersed and you come up spitting water expecting the Holy Spirit to land on your head and choirs of angels exalting, and then there's this dead still silence and nothing's happened. Everything's just as it was except you're soaking wet.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much.
What's wrong with you?
Thanks a whole lot.
Did I say something wrong? Have I offended you in some way?
Oh, please.
Yeah, that's that reminds me too painfully of myself. So Seventh-day Adventists tend to be sneered at in Australia for being un-Australian because they don't drink, they're vegetarian, they're pacifists, they don't like competition. Aussies love competition. The only way to survive and thrive in this brutal continent was to compete with nature and to venerate competition. So bloody addies. The average Aussie not too thrilled with Seventh-day Adventists.
Yeah, but I'm very impatient. I mean, the end of the world is nigh, extremely nigh. There are signs and portents.
No, I'll drive you home.
Right, so that's how I was raised. Right, Seventh-day Adventist means that the end of the world is nigh. Signs and portents.
No, please.
Yeah, all right.
So Aussies are pacifists. They're very nurturing, healing people by and large, but there is this strange violence just lurking. And rare that Adventists burst into violence, but you see offshoots of Adventism such as the Branch Davidians, they explode. In Rwanda, Australian Adventists were just as likely to participate in genocide as any other group. In Nazi Germany, Seventh-day Adventists lined up solidly behind the Nazis and even turned in their own Jewish members to be sent to the death camps. On the other hand, one Jewish Holocaust survivor I met told me that he was sheltered during that terrible time by Seventh-day Adventist farmers. So at the 17-minute mark, the girl says to the protagonist that she finds it very interesting. Right? Something women have often told me. I find you very interesting, Luke. This protagonist doesn't have good self-care.
It's all right, son of me.
Look, gotta regularize your habits. I'm losing weight.
Hey, I found another girl tonight.
Did you?
Yeah. She's terrific, this one. Even richer than the other.
You have my warmest congratulations.
Hey, you don't think I'm oversexed, do you, McAllister?
Yes. Now get us.
Is this where you live?
Yeah. Climb up the drain pipe. Sleep on the floor with McAllister. When we're between lodgings.
Ted McAllister, the poet.
Yeah, well, the budding versifier.
I love his stuff.
Yeah? So...
He's in love.
I think you're a very interesting person. Good night.
So what did you do to her? I'm not thinking of me too.
Write her a letter. Gee, you're hopeless.
I wrote so many letters because I was socially awkward, and so I'd pour my emotions into letters, and sometimes exes get in contact with me and they say, hey, Luke, it's Jamie. Remember when we used to write each other letters in 1982?
For 3 whole days the rider was on that bucking Brumby, and at the end of the 4th day, something flew off, and a bystander said, was that Dibley? And the owner said, no, that was his brand. He'd bucked off his brand, but Dibley was still there. Good on you, Dib. Thank you, brother. And we must hold on to the faith as surely as I held on for those 4 terrible days. For, brethren, the great tempter is ever at the door. Hutep, the shepherd's rod himself, encamped in his infamous caravan. Yea, very.
So when you're part of a high-intensity religion, there are also intense feuds that go along with
in the
that.
vacant lot across the road, a mere 100 yards from where I stand, and the Lord presides.
Persuasions can go to the Saturday dance. I see a day when a godly person, if he wants to, can eat a licorice strap or a Freddo frog and not feel guilty.
Right, so growing up Seventh-day Adventist is great premium on being highly careful and diligent with regard to your health, and eating candy bars was not just unhealthy, it was a sin against God. Riding on motorcycles, very dubious.
Bye.
Where have you been?
Don't say a word.
No. Wait, what was it like?
I don't know.
Did it feel sinful?
No, why should it?
Well, it has to. Look, I don't know how it felt. It just felt different.
Describe it to me.
Oh, God, jump.
No, wait. I'm just curious.
Kel, can you wouldn't know if it was raining?
Oh, yes, I would.
You think you're so smart, don't you? You think you can just see through everything.
Oh, I admit I'm pretty perceptive.
Look, and you haven't thought that all this might be a mistake. We've been putting off all the good things we could have been doing before we died just because this stupid old bitch got hit on the head and started having visions.
Yeah, well, I've thought about that.
Oh, mate.
So the founder of Seventh-day Adventism was a woman. The dominant personality behind the church was a woman, Ellen G. White, who got hit on the head by a rock and started having visions that just happened to ratify whatever the church leaders had decided.
Yes, I have.
Look, you try the Shepherd's Rod. I have. You try the Catholics. All of it sounds okay while you're there. It all makes sense. But they all sound like they're making sense. They might all be wrong. All of them.
You tried the Shepherd's Rod?
Yes.
What did he sound like?
Very convincing.
Can I have a kiss?
No?
Turn. He turned out all right. Father of the chosen people?
You can write letters to my daughter if you want to, but I would prefer it if you did not deliver them in person.
Yes, sir.
Or perhaps it would be better if you wrote them to the whole family.
Yes, sir. If you wish. I write a very good letter.
I know.
I just thought I'd come in early and learn a few things before my first lecture.
This is the rich one, is it?
So the young man gets in trouble for saying bugger it, right? I would get reported for any use of profanity because my dad was the chair of the religion department.
Yeah, you are, but you don't have to.
It's good.
And I think you need looking after. Ken?
Yes?
I've been thinking
What about?
about my own good time, you know?
Time's up, you reckon?
Sort of. You're being ridiculous.
No, I'm not. It's a free country.
Yes, it is.
Do you still love me?
Yes, I think so.
Come and have a shower with me. Oh, come on.
So when he's rejected by the girl, he goes to a strip club and has his first beer. Just as in the novel Marjorie Morningstar, the protagonist of the woman, she loses her virginity only after she first eats non-kosher food.
Well, there you go. Cheers.
Bottoms up.
I didn't have my first beer till I was 18. I hated it.
It grows on you.
So this is the Australian Prime Minister.
An attack deliberately targeted at the Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah, which of course should be a joyous celebration, and the Jewish community are hurting today. Today all Australians wrap our arms around them and say we stand with you. We will do whatever is necessary to stamp out anti-Semitism. It is a scourge and we will eradicate it together. The Australian Federal Police and ASIO are working closely with New South Wales authorities, and the briefing we've just had, we have had the AFP.
We drank our liquor straight. Some went upstairs with Marjorie, and some, alas, with Kate. And two by two, like cat and mouse, the homeless played at keeping house. Wealthy Meg, the sailor's friend, and Marion, the cowhide, opened their arms to me, but I refused to step inside. I was not looking for a cage in which to mope in my old age.
That's good. I like that.
W.H. Jordan, wise man for a buffer. What do you do for a crust?
I was brought up a cannibal. Now I work for the ABC.
The ABC is the Australian Broadcasting Company, the government-run media operation.
I'm a radio announcer in Port Moresby.
This reminds you of the good old days. Naked savages, tom-tomming around the fire.
No, not exactly. But it is good to remember those things too. As Henry Miller correctly said, the purpose of life is to remember.
Rape the girl I love.
Whoa. That's bad.
I paid your bail.
Thanks.
I came all the way down on a train from Armadale to pay your bail. I emphasise that.
Yeah, sorry.
McAllister rang me. He's as broke as you are, and I'm the only one that's not, so I got on a train because I'm a good friend. In spite of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Well, explain yourself.
Fell asleep on a windowsill during a half-hearted attempt to climb in and rape the girl I love.
Oh. And, why did you feel the need to rape this maiden?
Well, I thought I could make her see sense. Well, right, I was wrong.
What, you'd been out drinking alcohol, had you, or were you eating underdone steak?
Too right. Preceded by oysters natural, a known sinful aphrodisiac.
Right, so when I was growing up Seventh-day Adventist, you'd hear about eating eggs or eating meat. It stimulates lustful impulses. This movie concludes with, everyone else believes in the end of the world now. We won, didn't we? We convinced them all that the end of the world is nigh, which is pretty much the psychological state of the Sydney Jewish community today. Right, growing up, I was a weirdo as a Seventh-day Adventist because I believed that the world was dangerous, the world was ending. Right, the secular Aussies would laugh at you because they believed in the eternal sunny present. With the Bondi Massacre, many secular Aussies are kind of joining the apocalyptic timeline. The Jewish community and the Adventists have won the argument the world is dangerous, the demons are real, peace was an illusion. So the protagonist in the Nostradamus Kid finds the secular world catching up to his anxiety about the end of world. Now Sydney Jews are watching their secular neighbors catch up to their anxiety about danger and evil. You have a cannibal in the bar saying, we were both brought up in primitive religions. That can be a comfort. Right? The sophistication of the government and the police failed with regard to this Bondi attack. Right? The primitive aspects of religion, the strict in-group loyalty, the distinctive dress, the separation from the unclean secular world, right? Don't look so much like un-Australian backwardness, and they start looking like viable survival strategies, right? When the civilized, intellectualized police response is too slow, the primitive instincts of the tribe become a source of strength. So secular Jews in Bondi will likely feel the tug, magnetic pull back to the primitive safety of the tribe they thought they'd outgrown. So in a chaotic world, modesty and chaste behavior are symbols of self-regulation, right? They represent a world where people follow the rules. This attack happened at a beach, symbol of Australian hedonism and lack of structure. So the desire for a prim and proper girl is a desire for a world that makes sense, where boundaries are respected, where violence is the ultimate violation of boundaries, where the modest woman is the ultimate upholder of boundaries. And I was tempted to move to Sydney to find a fallout-free zone of the world. Right? The Bondi attack proves that there's no safe space left. The radiation from the Middle East conflict has drifted over the ocean. The mushroom cloud that the Nostradamus Kid fears didn't happen, but the social fallout has landed now on Bondi Beach. Australians tend to love their alcohol. Seventh-day Adventists don't drink. So Aussies drink to participate in mateship and to soften the edges of their brutal continent. So sobriety creates a hyper-reality. Seventh-day Adventists and traditional Jews will try to stay sober in a dangerous world so that they can see the signs and portents of evil more clearly. The secular world numbs itself with beer and intoxicants and marijuana and just assumes safety. The sober ones, the Nostradamus kids, the ones keenly watching the horizon for the storm. So this isn't just a coming-of-age comedy, it's a tragedy about how the outsider, the apocalyptic believer, is proved right by history. So the mark of Cain that I felt as a kid, the feeling of being marked for wandering in trouble, it's now the shared feeling of every Jew in Sydney, He realizes that the land of Nod, the land of secular safety, has been breached.
I became a beast.
Look, don't worry about you. You can get 5 years. And all this tripe you're writing the honey swire. Jesus Christ was a homosexual rooting John the Beloved. I mean, really, do you really believe all that?
Yeah. Why else was he the beloved? The disciple whom Jesus loved. What else does it mean?
You're really on the downhill slide.
Devil's got into me, you reckon?
I don't know. Come on, we got to go see a lawyer.
He's really good, this bloke. He'll get us over.
Now, Kenneth, I put it to you gently that if you were under the impression, only the impression, that the young lady in question wanted to have sexual congress with you on that particular night, in that particular bedroom, and the gate, moreover, was open. Was the gate open, Kenneth?
I don't remember.
Right, this is his lawyer advising him how to plead out. So Gemini says, growing up as the son of Desmond Ford, you didn't just grow up with a generic end-of-the-world mentality. You grew up in the epicenter of the single greatest theological earthquake in modern Adventist history. Your father is a legendary figure, a man who looked at the security system of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the 1844 Heavenly Sanctuary Doctrine, and rigorously proved it was structurally unsound. So your father's defining moment was at the Ecclesia View conference in 1980, telling the church that their sanctuary doctrine was a myth. Now watching the Jewish community in Sydney realize that their sanctuary, the idea of Sydney as a safe place, is also a myth. Right? I was raised in a household that valued hard truth over comforting illusion. Right? I was raised with a father who said the theology of the church is wrong, the sanctuary is breached, acknowledge that reality. Adventist theology is built on the idea of a remnant, a small, faithful group besieged by a hostile world. The Bondi Massacre is a remnant moment, shrinks the world down, forces the Jewish community to stop thinking like a comfortable majority, start thinking like a besieged minority tribe. Right? I have a muscle memory for this mindset that my secular peers do not. I know what it feels like to grow up believing that the whole world at any time will turn against you, because that was the table talk of my childhood. Right? My father paid a massive price for being right. He was exiled and defrocked for speaking the truth the institution didn't want to hear. I suspect that the truth about the Bondi attack and imported tribal conflict is something that the Australian institutions will punish people for saying. So the establishment wants to protect the dogma of multiculturalism and rule by experts, and will want to exile heretics who point out the cracks in that foundation. The Nostradamus Kid is literal for me. It's not just a movie, it's a documentary. The protagonist in the movie obsesses over science importance. That was essentially my living room.
I'm not asking you to falsify your testimony in any way, but if the gate was open...
And the gate, moreover, was open. What in the hell's going on?
Your worship?
The defendant will stop eating grapes and projecting the pips at prosecution counsel.
Your worship, may counsel approach the bench?
Certainly, Mr. Kevin.
I'll put something in it. Well, it's been nice to see you. I'll be praying for you.
No, thanks. How's Armadale?
That's all right. I'm still waiting on tables. Getting pretty tired. I had to repeat second year.
Do you see anything of Sarah or Esther?
Yeah, Sarah's still in Armadale. I still see her sometimes.
The girl he loved ends up in a mental institution. So Gemini says, your father spent his life trying to move Adventism from fear-based legalism to a gospel of assurance and grace. You're now trying to navigate a similar tension in the secular and political world. How do we find assurance, safety, and peace when the law, the state, and the police fail? The Bondi Massacre has turned Sydney back into the apocalyptic world that your father studied, a place where the beast is real, the sanctuary is under attack, the remnant must look to themselves because institutions cannot save them. So for many Australians and many Americans, they feel like they are dominated and governed by a hostile elite. And Steve Saylor suggests that maybe we should take steps to reduce the amount of unnecessary racial animus in American life. And one obvious progression would be to stop capitalizing one race, such as blacks, and not capitalize another race, such as whites. This capitalization of one racial group and not the capitalization of other racial groups makes clear the elite media racist hatred of whites. Prestige press has resolved that some words that refer to people should be capitalized, not because they are proper nouns that refer to single unique entities, but as honorifics, while other people do not deserve capitalization. So Jews in Sydney probably feel like they are being dominated and endangered by a hostile elite, that the ruling class signals its allegiance to specific client groups, such as Muslims who might get capitalized, while signaling disdain or indifference to others, perhaps the historic majority. So when massacres happen in this environment, the public does not view the government response as neutral crisis management, right? They scan the response for evidence of the same hierarchy of sympathy, right? Do we have a hierarchy of victimhood? The public will watch closely to see where Jewish victims fall in this hierarchy. Are they treated with the capitalized reverence afforded to victims of the Christchurch mosque shooting, where the state mobilized every resource to show solidarity? Or they be treated with lowercase ambiguity? Tragic, but a politically inconvenient group. The media and government tries to contextualize the massacre, talks about Gaza and rising tensions and mutual grievances. The poorest public will interpret this as proof that Jews, like whites, have been demoted to lowercase status, victims who do not deserve a capitalized moral outrage. If the public increasingly believes that elites are hostile, they will interpret the government's monopoly on violence not as a shield but as a cage. In a high-trust society, you may surrender your guns because you trust the government to be your bodyguard. If you believe that the bodyguard despises you, then the failure to stop the Bondi massacre feels like betrayal. So regular Aussies will ask why they should remain disarmed and lowercase citizens when the state, the capitalized elite, fails to protect them from the capitalized threats from Muslim terrorists. Sentiment will be they refuse to capitalize our name and they refuse to protect our lives. So elite language, such as capitalizing indigenous but not native, is a code to exclude the uneducated. Right, the buffered elite will use sanitized technical language of violent extremism and social cohesion events rather than the visceral language of the poorest identity, evil, Jew hatred, war. For the poorest, this sterile, buffered language is further proof of hostility. It suggests the elites are more concerned with managing the reaction of the capitalized minority groups that they protect, such as Muslims, than they are with avenging lowercase victims. So the Bondi massacre will not necessarily unite Australia. Will cause people to ask, who does the state really love? If the response feels managed, tepid, overly concerned with Islamophobia, the public will conclude the elites have once again capitalized the aggressors and lowercase the dead.
Appear to have been something that spontaneously happened.
I think that's really part of the investigation. We want to understand the motive behind these two people. There are many people in the community for which the police have very little knowledge about, and quite rightly so. We want to understand whether these people were further involved in any offences, but we have no history to say that's the case.
Are they families cooperate?
Sorry, can I just...
Are they families cooperate?
We will be speaking to the families. We have spoken to the families.
What was the purpose of a firearms licence?
Sorry,
what was the purpose of the firearms licence? What was his reason for having firearms?
I don't have that information this morning.
So the terrorist, right, he had a firearms license. Right, Jewish community largely denied such a license. So Jews experience this as a government that licenses the murder of Jews.
What I've said is that he did hold a firearms licence and did have 6 registered firearms.
Premier, clearly it's early in the investigation, but obviously a terrorist has been able to hold a firearms licence. If changes need to be made to our gun laws in New South Wales, will you make changes?
The short answer is yes. We're looking at that right now. Obviously, we're in the early stages of this.
So how will Jewish and non-Jewish Australians understand this event? So for non-Jewish Australians, this event is a violation of place. Jewish Australians will process this event as a violation of history. For non-Jewish Australians, this is a glitch, a horrific aberration. The normal state of Sydney is peace. This event is a glitch in the matrix. I can't believe this happened here. This is not the Australia I know. The shock will come from the novelty of the violence. They sleep well at night because they view this as a lightning strike. Terrible, but unlikely to hit them. Their Jewish neighbor will experience this event not as a glitch, but as a confirmation. The operating system of Jewish history is built on knowledge that safety is always temporary. Right? Jews won't say, I can't believe this happened. They will say, I knew this was coming. Jews will connect the dots from the chants in the Opera House, gas the Jews, to the gunshots at the Bondi Beach. So for Sydney Jews, the normal state of Jewish existence is precariousness, and peace is the illusion. So for their non-Jewish neighbor, They will mourn the loss of innocence. They will sad that their kids can't go to Bondi Beach without thinking about American-style violence. They will feel a patriotic sadness that America is becoming like everywhere else. They'll feel a loss of national pristine status. For their Jewish neighbor, they will mourn the loss of sanctuary. Australia wasn't just a nice country to them, it was a lifeboat. Now the lifeboat has a leak. Where do they go next? They will likely feel the wandering Jew anxiety that their Gentile neighbors do not have. Their neighbor may worry about the neighborhood, the Jew worries about the globe. The non-Jewish neighbor will have a desire for justice and fairness, for the police to catch the bad guys, the courts to punish them, and the politicians to fix the problem. The non-Jews in Australia largely trust the machinery of the state to correct this error. The Sydney Jews, right, their goodwill is overridden by the survival instinct. They feel the machinery has failed them. They're not looking for justice in the abstract. They're looking for concrete barriers, armed guards, flight paths. So their neighbor might write letters to the MP demanding action. Jews will discuss whether they need to take mezuzahs off their doorframe to avoid being targeted. Right, for non-Jewish Australians, they might feel angry that foreign conflicts are being fought out on their beaches. They feel that they are hosts who are being disrespected by unruly guests. Leave your wars at home. For Jews, they will feel that they are the target of war. They're not hosting the conflict, they are the target of the conflict. No matter how much cricket they watch and how much tax they pay or how Aussie they act, to the people with the guns, they are not Australians, they are just Jews. So this massacre strips away the Australian assimilated identity and leaves them nakedly Jewish. The non-Jewish neighbor, on Monday, they will go to work sad and shaken. They will carry on. The Jews, on Monday, they will make operational decisions. Do I send my kid to the Jewish school in uniform? Do I wear anything identifiably Jewish? Do we go to synagogue this Shabbat? Massacre isn't a news event, it's a logistical crisis. Forces them to militarize their daily routine. The non-Jewish Australian will say, this is terrible, we must make sure it never happens again. The Jewish Australian will say, this is happening, how do we survive it?
Devices, so they were taken back and rendered safe by our police who do a professional job.
And does that mean they could have been triggered by phones, or can you tell us anything about how they would have been triggered?
I believe that they were more rudimentary in that. I think it would have been, there would have been a wick or something similar that would have been used to actually do that. I think they were fairly basic.
There are many advantages for Jewish safety in having a Jewish state, but there are also some disadvantages such that Jews are never private citizens, right? In the eyes of the world, you're not an individual Australian or American living in Los Angeles or Sydney. You are a deployed representative of the Jewish collective. When you wear a yarmulke, you're effectively wearing a military uniform in a war zone, but you're not issued a weapon and you didn't sign up for war. Right? When the hard war heats up in Gaza or Lebanon, soft war heats up in the streets of LA and Sydney. Right? The homeless man who rants at me is not seeing me, he's seeing a symbol. He's screaming at a geopolitical abstraction that he believes controls his life. I am the accessible avatar of the Zionist entity. I am the proxy target. Israel can defeat Hamas and Hezbollah in Iran, but then Israel's enemies will wage asymmetric warfare on individual Jews around the world. Violence will follow the path of least resistance. If the IDF builds an Iron Dome that makes rockets ineffective and a border fence that makes invasion impossible, the hatred will not vanish. It flows like water to the weakest point in the dam. Weakest point is no longer Tel Aviv, which is a fortress. The weakest point is a Hanukkah festival in Bondi, or a kosher market in Paris, or an Orthodox man walking in Los Angeles. So the stronger Israel becomes militarily, the more vulnerable the diaspora becomes physically. If enemies cannot kill Jews in Israel, they will kill them in the West. America's founding documents may venerate the individual, but the world operates collectively. American social contract says you are responsible only for your own actions. You will look forward. You're not the state of Israel. But for the world, you are a member of the tribe. If the tribe acts, you are liable. The Bondi Massacre represents collective punishment. The terrorist doesn't care about your person or your personal politics. He cares about your uniform. There's no opt-out clause. Secular Jews may try to opt out of this collective identity, this collective liability, by criticizing Israel or Bibi Netanyahu or assimilating, but often the opt-out is an illusion. To the anti-Semite, the distinction between Zionist and Jew is a rhetorical game they play for the cameras, but in moments of passion, the loud noise, they collapse the two. When I wear a yarmulke, I have accepted the status that others try to hide. I am marked and I am in the game. Ethics cannot tame war. No doctrine can tame terror. Terror is a tactic of asymmetry, designed precisely to bypass ethics. When a group realizes they cannot win on the battlefield, they move to the battlefield of psychology, away from the battlefield of tanks. The only thing that tames terror is deterrence. Soft targets of the diaspora, the synagogues, the schools, the beach picnics, are not hard targets. The Western legal system, as seen in the Bondi Massacre, is not providing enough deterrence. You will be held responsible by the enemy for actions you didn't take in a war that you are not fighting simply because you wear colors of one particular team.
That over 2,000 anti-Semitic attacks have occurred in the last 2 years since October 7th. They have learned that this is what's going on, and they have done nothing to stop this. They have continued to encourage and allow these hateful demonstrations all over Australia. They've allowed people calling to either gas the Jews or do other stuff to the Jews on the steps.
So the best academic to study to understand the implications of what's going on in the world of international human rights law is probably Amanda Alexander out of Australia. She notes that the whole concept of the civilian was created to protect non-combatants only as long as they were non-combatants. Right? In the 18th and 19th century, you were a civilian if you had nothing to do with fighting the war. Terrorists at Bondi, however, did not view those celebrating Hanukkah as passive or innocent. Right? In modern asymmetric warfare, the diaspora Jew is viewed as an active political participant, someone who lobbies, donates, votes, and provides strategic depth for the state of Israel. So when I wear a yarmulke, I become a combatant in the eyes of many. Right? The terrorists viewed Bondi people celebrating Hanukkah not as random people, but as political operatives in civilian clothing. So when the enemy views a population as politically guilty, the legal protection of the civilian evaporates. The spatial distinctions in war, the idea that there is a front where the killing happens and a rear where safety happens, has been nullified, right? The battlefield is no longer a place, Gaza and Lebanon, it's a network. The front is wherever the enemy gathers. So by attacking a beach in Sydney, terrorists apply a total war logic. The idea that you defeat an enemy not just by destroying their army, but by terrorizing the support base, the civilians, till they lose the will to fight. Right? The Bondi attack is an attempt to break the will of the Jewish diaspora. Right? There is inordinate faith placed by elites and people on the left in international humanitarian law to humanize war. And there's misplaced faith in labeling, right? You just call someone a civilian, they will become safe. This massacre is a brutal refutation of the power of labeling and of law, right? The fairness and rules that Australia relies on are essentially international human rights law concepts applied to domestic life. Legal categories like civilian are only respected when both sides agree to play by the same rules, right? When one side, the terrorists, reject these rules entirely, when they start to view the fairness of the West as a weakness to be exploited, the label civilian offers no protection. It becomes merely a word we use to mourn the dead. It's not a shield to save the living.
Esther? She went to Tasmania. She went a bit funny in the head. Now she's teaching kindergarten. Go on. Well, au revoir. Chin chin. I'll see you at Christmas. At the beach. Yeah. Okay.
So it goes back to the bar, the last place you'd normally find a Seventh-day Adventist.
So,
Talks
how are
to
you this evening? You also
Cannibal.
look lonely.
I'm in revolt against authority.
Ah, well, many young men are, with good cause. Young men are passionate. They must say their say.
How would you know? You're a cannibal.
Oh, yes. But certain wisdom is granted me. It can be good sometimes to come into real life from an unusual angle. You see things more clearly.
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
What do you see more clearly?
Lots of things. Hypocrisy of women, the teaching of English literature at university level.
Oh, yes.
It's like the Seventh-day Adventists interpreting the Book of Ezekiel. What did the author Jehovah mean by this metaphor here? I don't know, Governor. Beats me.
You sound bitter.
I am bitter. It's 18 wasted years, knocking on people's doors from the age of 8. shyly mentioning the end of the world is nigh. Sorry we're Catholics at saying close the door. And on top of that, English literature is like blowing the bagpipes. It's sheer waste of time.
So Amanda Alexander discusses how terrorists, guerrillas, asymmetric actors use civilians as a weapon. We may think of human shields as terrorists hiding behind civilians, but on Bondi Beach, the terrorists used Jewish civilians as leverage. They knew that attacking a soft target, families at a picnic, would generate a massive global psychological shock, far more than attacking a hard target like an Israeli embassy or a police station. So they exploit the vulnerability that liberal democracies value civilian lives so highly that killing civilians becomes the most efficient way to hurt them. So when terrorists and guerrillas are increasingly protected by the United Nations, the distinction principle between soldiers and civilians have been eroded, right? For the terrorists, the people at the Bondi Beach celebrating Hanukkah were not innocent civilians in the 19th century sense. They were ununiformed combatants in a global ideological war. The massacre was the bloody application of the theory that there are no innocent bystanders in a clash of civilizations. So if you read just one Amanda Alexander essay today, read The Genesis of the Civilian. Right? The civilian is an invention. It's not a fact of life. It was invented to create a class of people who are feminized, passive, and innocent. To get protection from this categorization, you have to be stripped of your political agency. You have to be a victim first and a person second. So in the modern hostile elite framework, only certain groups are granted the status of the sacred civilian, the pure, the passive victim whose death is always a moral outrage. The lowercase citizen, right? The Jewish victims in the Bondi narrative, right? The Zionists, the modern progressive framework reverts them to the pre-World War I status of citizens rather than civilians, right? They're seen as political agents in a conflict rather than innocent passive victims who deserve the total protection of the state. So civilian status is not a fact. It's not an inevitable human right. It is a political status granted by the powerful only to those they wish to protect. Once you recognize that your group is not receiving the capitalized empathy of the state, you recognize the hostile elite revoking your civilized civilian protected status, that you are treated as combatants in a culture war. Protection is a function of politics. If you're not useful to the narrative of the good war or the good society, the law and the media find a way to strip you of your civilian immunity. So there's a powerful blog by UCLA evolutionary psychologist David Pinsoff, and his fundamental insight is everything is BS if it does not convey an evolutionary reproductive advantage.
Continues with another hour of the Fox Report straight ahead.
But it will stand you in good stead in your chosen career.
Yeah, maybe. What do you see in it, really?
Futility of career.
What, you prefer to sit under a coconut tree, do you? Stoked on carver, picking your teeth with somebody else's finger?
I do now.
You must be mad. Career is everything. Achievement is everything. Man is a challenge-seeking animal, isn't he?
I don't deny that. I only remark on its futility.
Get away. Lucky you saw the light.
Have you read where Sister White says it's a sin to tell a joke with no moral purpose, just to raise a laugh?
Yeah, I have, you old bitch.
Right, that's how I was raised.
You mustn't say that.
There's lots of things you mustn't do, aren't there?
That's right.
Will you sit with me Saturday?
Blimey. Good, isn't it? Well, here's yours. Yes, Sir. Put on your dressing gown. Hang on. We've got a chloroform, all four of them. I don't know if I've got enough chloroform.
God forbid.
It's not going to work.
Must be special all night prayers for Dib.
This precious life that
no.
Thou may choose to take.
On the last night of the world, then, our one defiant act, our one last rage against the dying of delight, was to change the lavatory signs around and write up some rude graffiti and go quite early to bed. I tried to write up my diary for, posterity, what it was like to be one who knew the end had come.
Now, Australian and English culture is much more pessimistic than American culture. So the thesis behind David Pinsoff's Everything is BS blog is that most human communication, especially the most high-minded moral and political discourse, it's not really about finding truth or solving problems. It's a status game. We adopt beliefs and we make statements not because they are true, but because they signal that we are high status, high quality, that we are smart, we are kind, we are wealthy, we are loyal allies, and we are different from the low-quality masses. So in the wake of the Bondi Massacre, the elite commentary will be flooded with luxury beliefs, right? Ideas that are affordable only to people with high status and safety, beliefs that signal superiority over the crude instincts of the common people. So you'll hear about the danger of backlash and how we must prioritize protecting the out-group. Our biggest concern right now must be to ensure that this does not lead to Islamophobia or hatred against the Muslim community. We must not let hate win. From a raw survival perspective, right, if Tribe A attacks Tribe B should focus on defense and counterattack, right? Worrying about the feelings of Tribe A's demographic is maladaptive. But in David Pinsoff's status game, displaying public concern for the feelings of Muslims shows that you are high status. I am so secure, I am so wealthy, I'm so physically safe, I can afford to worry about the well-being of the group that just attacked us. Shows impulse control. You are distinguished from the reactive and racist working class who want revenge. You are morally superior. You'll get a great deal of the senseless tragedy narrative. Right? This was a senseless act of violence. We cannot understand the mind of such a person. It was an act of madness. From an evolutionary perspective, terror is not senseless. It is a strategic military tactic used to displace people and change behavior. Ignoring the strategy of a predator is an evolutionary death sentence. Right? Signaling that you operate with civilized detachment and framing violence as madness, the elite commentator refuses to validate the terrorist's grievance and goals. It maintains the frame that the current liberal order, rule of elites, this is the only rational reality. Anything outside of it is just noise. It avoids the low-status, messy work of acknowledging tribal war. You'll get a lot of tool blame narrative. We must more closely regulate guns, social media, knives. We need to look at how these individuals are radicalized online, how they got these guns. We need tighter misinformation laws. Right? From an evolutionary perspective, if a rival tribe wants to kill you, removing one weapon, guns, or one communication channel, social media, doesn't remove the intent. So focusing on the tool rather than the intent is a distraction from the survival threat. Right? Blaming guns and unregulated speech allows the elite to attack their domestic political rivals who like guns and free speech rather than the actual foreign terrorists who are part of the oppressed coalition. It's a bank shot status move. You use a dead Jew in Bondi to score points against a bogan in Western Sydney. Clear a lot of diversity is our strength, the unity mantra. The attack was designed to divide us, but it will only bring us closer together. Sydney is a vibrant multicultural success story. We will not let this change who we are. If a specific form of diversity, right, such as the importing of hostile groups, just results in a massacre, then in that specific instance, diversity is a weakness, not a strength. Just repeating the slogan defies reality. Right? The multicultural project is the state elite religion of the West. To question it after a massacre is heresy. You just keep repeating the mantra even when it's obviously visibly failing, so that you signal your unconditional loyalty to the regime. It says, I am a true believer. I will not defect to the racist tribe even when the cost is high. This wasn't an attack on Jews. Here is an attack on all Australians, on all humanity. We all bleed the same. It was an attack on Jews. So universalizing it erases the specific threat profile to the victim group, and it makes it harder for them to defend themselves.
Even if they're at places like synagogues or Chabad houses, this is basically the playbook here for Israelis because they have been dealing with so many anti-Semitic attacks over the past year that these warnings often go out. We continue to gather more information following the terrorist attack in Sydney, Australia. Authorities say 16 people were killed and 40 remain hospitalized. President Trump making remarks this.
So our educated elite pride themselves on transcending petty tribal identities like Jewish or Christian. Right? They want to universalize the victimhood. They want to signal that they are global citizens who don't see race or religion or tribe. This is a high status marker. Separates them from the provincial low-class people who care about their specific blood and soil. So the elites will not offer commentary based in reality. Will not offer commentary that helps Jews survive. That would be realistic. They'll offer commentary that helps the elites survive socially. Elites will use the Bondi Massacre to signal that they are tolerant, sophisticated, non-reactive, and loyal to the progressive state. The dead bodies of Bondi Beach are merely the backdrop for their status performance.
With weakness, and appeasement with more appeasement. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You did nothing to curb the cancer cells that were growing inside your country. You took no action. You let the disease spread. And the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today.
The Israelis say they warned the Australian government about the possibility of terrorist attacks against the Jewish community there, and clearly these warnings were not adhered to.
So after the Columbine shooting, police doctrine changed to require immediate entry and to engage these shooters to stop the killing. In reality, we see the primary instinct of many police officers overrides this doctrine. Right? Police are trained that their number one goal is effectively to go home at night. But police, usually their number one goal is their own survival. That's the highest virtue. They will choose survival over sacrifice. They will revert to the perimeter strategy because it is safe. They're just controlling the perimeter. They're not taking on the murderers. They want to look like they're doing something, such as establishing control. They don't want to risk anything. Police are unwilling to go and actively prevent these terrorists, right? What they will do is to actively prevent brave people who want to go in and stop the terrorists, right? The state says you cannot have guns because we will protect you, and then the state declines to protect you. If the state fails to protect you, they are incompetent. If they fail to protect you and protect your children, right, they are accomplices in terror. They're actively enforcing your vulnerability. They use their monopoly on force not to stop killers, but to stop rescuers. So police have been transformed in the minds of many Aussies and Americans from protectors into jailers of victims. Politicians routinely praise them. We must thank the brave first responders, even when the brave first responders are cowards who run away. Politicians depend on the police to enforce their will. The politicians admit police were cowardly and useless today. They will admit that state enforcement arm is broken. Politicians need police unions for votes and protection. Police need politicians for budgets and legal shields. By praising police immediately, they try to overwrite the public's eyes. They want to tell you, don't believe what you saw in that video. Believe the narrative that the state is heroic. We are sold the image of the police as the sheepdog, the warrior who lives to confront the wolf. The reality is the police are civil servants with guns. They're incentivized to follow procedure, to minimize liability and risk, and to wait for backup. So the police car driving away at the beginning of the Bondi attack, that represents the civil servant realizing, this is above my pay grade. I need to wait for the tactical response group. So the sheep, the civilians, are left alone with the wolf. Right? The protector class has become the perimeter class. They are excellent at taping off the crime scene after the slaughter, but increasingly risk-averse during the slaughter. John Ellis operates a pretty good Substack and podcast series, talking to author Juan Enriquez.
Well, let's think about people who want to make their medical records public. Why would you want to do that? Because every time you do that, you reduce the shame, you increase research funding for this, you create communities, and you accelerate drug development. And I'll give you specific examples of this. So when Kitty Dukakis is the creation, and you have everybody else who really can't either understand the language or understand the algorithms that are driving the global economy. What's your take on the impact of that on the ability of countries, not just the United States, but countries to remain cohesive, I guess, would be one way to put it. So it's a small question. Yeah, tiny question. So back in 1998, 1999, when I wrote The Untitled States of America, Polarization, Fracturing, and Our Future, I pissed a lot of people off. One of the first presentations I did was at the Aspen Institute, and a very nice person got up and accused me of being this, that, or the other, and how dare I question the integrity of the United States, and how dare I say that the United States could ever polarize. And normally I don't take those things too personally, except this person was a Supreme Court justice. And then the next person got up and basically said, how dare you, this is treasonous, etc. And that person became Secretary of Defense. So that was not an auspicious way to launch a book in front of a large audience. And the way I addressed that, because these questions are phrased in a very aggressive way, how dare you question the United States, was to ask a very simple question, which was, look, 3/4 of the flags, borders, and anthems in this world did not exist 90 years ago. And if you had looked at a map of the United Kingdom in 1900 as the dominant currency, the dominant universities, the dominant manufacturing, the dominant navy, the dominant power in the world, and you looked at a trend line of what had happened to the UK from 1600 through the 1900s, and said, what do you suppose this will look like in the year 2000? You might have gotten it slightly wrong. Countries appear and disappear depending on whether they're able to adopt and adapt their politics, their governments, their technology, and their space vis-a-vis the rest of the world. They don't dominate by isolating themselves. They don't dominate by putting up walls. They fall far behind by doing that. And so when you phrase it that way, then even folks who are not listening or agreeing with you begin to think about it. And the last question, or the question I asked them at that point was, okay, would you be kind enough to tell me exactly how many presidents of the United States of America have been buried under the same flag they were born under? In other words, here's President Y, born in a little log cabin. There's a flag out there with a bunch of stars. And then there's a very sad funeral procession with a flag draped over that coffin with a number of stars. How many presidents of the United States have been buried under the same flag they were born under? And you let people think about that for a minute, and then you have the answer, which some of them get, which is there has never been a president of the United States buried under the same flag he was born under. This country is only 5 or 6 generations old. It started with no stars, and the last 2 stars were added in 1959, Alaska and Hawaii. So until there is a president born after 1959, and there is no change in the U.S. flag, there will never be a president of the United States buried under the same flag he was born under. And that actually applies to Clinton, that actually applies to Obama, that actually applies to Trump, that actually applies to Bush. There will be no president of the United States until a president born after 1959 with no change in the flag. It was not such a crazy question back in 1999 to ask the question, how many stars will be in the U.S. flag in 50 years? And you could easily say, hey, look, potentially 55. Maybe a state splits, California, Oregon, parts of Texas. I don't know. Maybe the Virgin Islands becomes a star. Maybe Puerto Rico becomes a star. Maybe Washington, D.C. becomes a star. I mean, there's a whole series of pathways to a different flag. But the scary thing, the thing we really have to focus on today, is it's getting easier and easier for countries to split. So when you look at...
So the world's a more dangerous place than we usually consciously think about. And during dangerous times, like what we saw in Sydney, I often think about some of the insights of Carl Schmitt. Schmitt claimed that liberalism's reliance on procedure led to a depoliticized and dehumanized world. Right? You want to understand the rise of Trump, the rise of Brexit, the rise of nationalism. That sentence might start you on a journey. People want to feel something. Right? People who voted for Brexit, people who voted for Trump, Narendra Modi in India, they want to feel something. So when we try to replace hard political decisions with all these neutral procedures like bureaucracy and markets and parliamentary debate, we don't get rid of hatred and conflict, we just make it more dangerous. So liberalism fundamentally fears conflict, but conflict is written into the DNA of reality. Liberalism tries to neutralize the struggle of politics by turning everything into ethical principles and discussion, economics and administration, depoliticization, the rule of experts. Stop talking about power and who's the enemy, instead talk about efficiency and GDP and compliance. Politics becomes management. So you think that focusing on procedure and law will humanize the world? No. If you acknowledge a political enemy, then you treat them as an equal adversary. You fight them, you might kill them, but you recognize them as a sovereign entity. And that makes life much more passionate.
A tripling in the number of flags borders in Europe in less than a century. It's telling you, careful kids, you can convince a big chunk of the country they don't belong with you, and you can split a nation. And those are debates that are still going on in Europe. We tend to think of Europe and the EU as a stable place. No, it's not. You've got the Walloons wanting to leave Belgium. You've got the Northern Italians wanting to have their own place. You want the Corsicans. You've got the Basques. You've got the Catalans. You've got parts of Finland. You've got, anyway, it goes on and on and on. And if we want to convince 50% plus one of this country that we don't belong with the others, it is a really dangerous path to follow. And it is a path which can and does lead to nations falling apart. And that would be a tragedy for a country as strong, as powerful, as important as the United States. That is not the path we want to follow. That's why I wrote that book. And it was not meant to be a how-to manual. It was meant to be a warning as to what can happen.
And when you look back on it now, you made the warning back then. What is it, 23 years later?
So I usually like to listen to something overnight so that I am not alone with my own thoughts. And last night I was listening to the Sword of Honor trilogy by Evelyn Waugh about World War II. And right at the beginning, there is this commentary which grabbed my attention. So beautiful.
In a panic, for the wrong reasons, or for no reason at all, with the wrong allies, in pitiful weakness. Now, splendidly, everything had become clear. The enemy at last was in plain view, huge and hateful, all disguise cast off. It was the modern age in arms, and whatever the outcome, there was a place for him in that battle.
So for Carl Schmitt, the essence of the political is a matter of life and death. It's when the enemy is clearly at hand and is a danger to your survival. And you treat the enemy as an adversary, you fight them, you might kill them, but you recognize them as a sovereign entity. You don't claim to represent humanity or universal rationality, then your opponent's no longer a political enemy, they're an enemy of humanity itself. They're not wrong, they're an outlaw, a monster, a disturber of the peace. They're outside the bounds of rational procedure, so extreme violence against them is justified to police the world. So whoever invokes humanity wants to cheat. So people vote for Trump and for populists because they feel that bureaucracy and neutrality and rule by experts and democracy has become a hollow procedure, just a whole bunch of bureaucratic levers pulled by unelected experts such as central bankers, health officials, and judges, rather than a space for genuine political decision. People feel we vote, but policies are decided by experts, by procedures, by bureaucracy. So this fuels the return of the political, often in the form of populism. People will crave a leader like Donald Trump who makes decisions and smashes procedures and asserts sovereignty. And there were some insights in this Tracy B. Strong introduction in 2007, the 2007 edition of this 1932 book, The Concept of the Political, that I've never forgotten. So here is a key insight. An intellectual consequence of the experience with Nazism was to effectively shrink, perhaps one might say homogenize, the language and terms of political debate in the subsequent period. So as the Nazi experience fades from consciousness, so also possibilities excluded by the specter of Auschwitz have returned. The revival of interest in Carl Schmitt is a consequence to this increasing distance from the 1930s. So this helps to shed light on the rise of Nick Fuentes and his mocking of the Holocaust. So I didn't want to spend the money, so I climbed this outcrop, watched the tennis for free. Then, as the tournament progressed, they started sending security guards to run us out of the outcrop. So I was there watching the match for free with some other blokes, and security came up, and security said we have to leave. And as he was saying that, he slipped on the edge of the parapet. It's a very substantial fall down to the ground. And he could have lost his life. And I might have played a role in all of that. Because if I hadn't been up there, I wouldn't have been up there. Security wouldn't have been up there. So you hold an event, unlikely to have complete control of who comes. And so you then bear some responsibility for bad behavior of blokes like Fields.
Says that criticism of Israel's conduct is one of the things which is fueling anti-Semitism, and his critics would of course say that it is inappropriate for him to be conflating genuine criticism and genuine questions of Israel's actions with the support or the threats for the broader Jewish community. But unfortunately, as we have seen with this attack at Sydney in the last 12 to 14 hours or so, there is clearly an anti-Semitic reference there, an anti-Semitic element there to this community.
All right, that's the government broadcaster in Australia, the ABC.
I guess, or 22 years later, you look back and you say, these warnings were heeded, these warnings were not heeded. What's your 23-year backward look like?
I think we are in a point where that book is far more relevant today than it was when it was published. I think we are far closer to convincing ourselves that the other is not the person who is across the ocean. The other lives within. And we're losing respect for one another. We're losing the ability to debate with one another. We have forgotten the Tip O'Neill anecdote, which is incredibly important as to how you govern this country, which is a...
So this guy is a good liberal. He believes that we should just be able to talk out these problems.
Young whippersnapper, full of brim and vigor, shows up with Tip O'Neill and says, Mr. Speaker, I am ready to go on and take on the enemy and fight them to the death. And Tip O'Neill smiles for a second, looks at him and says, young man, and tell me, who is this enemy we're going to fight? And his answer was, why, the Republicans, of course. He said, young man, you have a lot to learn. The enemy's the Senate. And so, Tip O'Neill would fight like hell during the day, and then he'd go have dinner and laugh with Ronald Reagan. And they could disagree, and they would have a vigorous debate, but they saw each other as human beings trying to do something for this country. And when half of this country decides that the other half is a traitor to the nation, or decides that the other half is somebody who they would never, ever want to let their daughters marry, when it's harder to marry across party lines than it is across religion.
Right, these strong feelings are not because people are idiots, it's because the situation has changed. The situation has become more polarized. People are rationally responding. So Glenn Greenwald often has some quite thoughtful commentary. Here he dismantles Nick Fuentes'
platform, Nick Fuentes.
I'm not saying we should interview controversial people. I'm just saying this particular guy, I feel like we're playing into his interests and his angle.
Yeah, well, Glenn Greenwald, welcome back to Uncensored. You've had Fuentes on your show. What's your view about that issue, about platforming him at all?
Oh, I didn't even consider it to be a difficult question at all. I mean, if you're going to have people on who are responsible for the invasion and destruction of Iraq based on lies, or the incineration of Vietnam, or the destruction of Gaza and the death of tens of thousands of people, and welcome them and treat them like respectable people, tell me what it is that Nick Fuentes has done remotely as bad as that justifies allowing them to come on and speak, but not him. And whether you like it or not, he does speak for a huge number of people in his generation and even other generations as well, who feel the same kind of anger and frustration with the status quo, with the establishment, with the kind of dogma that we've been told we have to accept. And there's a lot of people who are angry about it and who rebel against it. And we saw this with Donald Trump on maybe a little bit of a smaller scale, but very much the same pattern. When Donald Trump appeared, everybody was like, oh, he's racist and fascist and he's the misogynist and he's this and that. And no one wanted to grapple with the reason why his message was resonating so much. And to me, it is very similar to Nick Fuentes. Say what you want about him. He's extremely smart, an incredibly talented communicator, and very well read. Like, he's very informed. He's not just some sensationalist babbling on the internet. And I think the reason he has attracted a lot of attention is because he's speaking to the anger and frustration, a lot of which is valid, of a lot of people. And to stick your head in the sand and say, oh, we're going to pretend that this isn't happening because his views are too off, but the people who start wars or are responsible for the 2008 financial crisis, these are respectable people who we treat with respect, like Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton or whoever. That, to me, is the kind of thing that I think is really distorted.
Yeah, Warren Smith, I'll bring respond to that? Well, no, let me bring in Warren Smith first, and then I'll come back to you, Mark.
Warren Smith is who I was referring to, actually. He was the person in the upper center. It's really like the Brady Bunch format. We were just missing like Bobby Brady and Cindy Brady and I think Carol Brady, who was at the bottom. But in any event, he was the one I was saying was actually an interesting, nuanced thinker. But in any event, this drives me crazy well beyond the Nick Fuentes question. This whole idea that, oh, so-and-so believes in this conspiracy theory and so-and-so spread this false story. Why should they have any credibility? And it's like, you look at what the New York Times did in selling the Iraq war to the American people based on lies, or propagating the Russiagate hoax for years and giving themselves Pulitzers for it, or calling any questioning of the COVID origin theory that it came from a wet market and might have come instead from a lab, calling it racist and saying that it shouldn't even be heard. Nobody spreads fake news and disinformation that has been more destructive than mainstream media outlets. And if they want to turn around and say these people should be disqualified to be heard because they believe in this conspiracy or once said this, it's like what you've done, even though you're the respectable media, nobody would ever say you should be excluded. What you've done is so much worse in every regard. And this is how I consider the reaction to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a podcaster. Nick Fuentes never started any wars. He's not responsible for anyone's death. He didn't destroy the financial security of not just Americans, but billions of people around the world. The repercussions of that continue to this day. Through turning the stock market into a casino with no guardrails because they knew they were too big to fail and the government would bail them out, which they did. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and Lindsey Graham and all of them have massive amounts of blood in their hands. And every day, Piers Morgan would interview them every day. Like, ooh, Secretary Clinton, great to see you. I'm not picking here on Piers. It's true for every one of these shows. Like Face the Nation and Meet the Press. And these are people who have lied their ways into war. They interview Netanyahu, who international courts and Israeli genocide scholars say is committed a genocide. But Nick Fuentes is a bridge too far. His views are too toxic, or he's too toxic to even allow to be heard. But all these monsters and criminals, war criminals and common criminals, they're fine. And they're not just fine, but you put them on the air all the time and you treat them like respectable statesmen. No, this is something I vehemently reject. That's been driving me crazy for a long time. All right, so speaking of that, seeing that I was kind of defending Nick Fuentes' participation in the discourse, and they knew ahead of time that I was going to do that. They had seen me talking this way and asked me to kind of give some very basic thoughts about my views, and I made clear that these were a little bit were them. So this didn't come as a surprise to them. They put me on knowing this. But Piers asked me about what he thought was the worst of the Nick Fuentes comments, where he basically refused to shed tears about the Holocaust, seemed to make light of the Holocaust. In the past has called into question the authenticity of the 6 million people who died, and basically wanted to say, okay, but isn't this so morally beyond the pale? And this was that exchange.
Views off of.
Well, the other thing, if I could jump in, the other thing, we bring.
Come on, man, don't crash out like you did on that podcast, man.
Hang on, let me bring Glenn back in. The other argument, which I thought was interesting, and I thought I missed a bit of a trick here with him, was when he was talking about the Holocaust, where people have assumed he's a Holocaust denier because of things he said in the past, of trivializing it and questioning the number of people who've died and so on. He seemed to try and take a more moderate position, which was, yes, I believe 6 million Jews were killed, maybe more. Whether he meant that or whether he was being some sort of satirical.
He was
thing.
satirizing you. He was satirizing that.
That's what I now believe was probably happening. Yeah. So I suspect he was.
Yeah.
But regardless, his argument was it all happened so long ago. Why did Jews continue talking about the Holocaust? We've all moved on. They use it all the time as a political weapon and so on. And of course, I suppose the obvious question for him, I went and checked afterwards how many times he's talked about, for example, on his show, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. which was over 2,000 years ago. Right? He does it all the time. So, if I'd been smart in the moment as a fellow Christian, I would say, well, hang on, but isn't that exactly what Christians do all the time about the crucifixion? What's the difference?
Sounds like his religion does matter to him.
Because it's absolutely central to their religion. And I think, I do think so much of what your interview with Nick Fuentes highlighted was extreme generational differences. It was sometimes like watching two people speak different languages. Piers, you and I are kind of the same age. You're obviously older. Everyone can see that, but just a little bit. And, for people who were born in like the 60s, the Holocaust was just 20 years before. World War II had just ended 20 years before. There was a mythology about the United States, about our role in the world, about how great of a country we were, about all the great things we did, about the Holocaust, the unique evil. Now it's 75 years ago. And people who are next generation, where Harrys were born in, 2000 and 2002. And this idea that the Holocaust has been weaponized. We've been beaten over the head with it for 8 decades. We've been forced to spend and pay huge amounts of money in reparations, or that slavery is sometimes weaponized that way. This is a very common view. So I think when he's doing things like making jokes about the Holocaust, it's not because he thinks it's funny that huge numbers of people were exterminated. I think it's a way of purposely being transgressive about orthodoxies and pieties that a lot of people in his generation don't accept. But Glenn,
hang on. There was, hang on, Harry. Hang on. There was, Glenn, there was a callousness to it. And I'll tell you why. I brought on a guy called Danny Finkelstein. He's a top journalist for the Times newspaper over here, who wrote a very powerful book about his family and their horrendous experience at the hands of Hitler and Stalin. And it's incredibly powerful. It's very moving. It's informed his life. And I'm going to talk to Danny, actually, after we finish this, because he's been on the receiving end of the most appalling abuse in the last 48 hours, all directed by Nick Fuentes, who was so dismissive of him talking about his mother and father, so just callous in the way he responded. It's that kind of utter devoidness of any empathy whatsoever. You can have a view that we should try and move on generationally from these seismic moments, okay, but you don't have to be so callous towards somebody whose family literally got murdered by people like Hitler and Stalin, do we? I mean...
But the idea, Pierre, I think the thing is like this generation of people grew up in the wake of the Iraq War, in the wake of endless war, in the wake of the destruction of their financial security with the 2008 financial crisis, with all the lies of COVID and Russiagate and all the rest of it. And faith and trust in these institutions have collapsed. So when they look at people who represent institutional thinking and they're told you're not allowed to make fun of this and you're not allowed to talk about this and except in the ways that we prescribe, and we're going to call you all these names unless you affirm all these pieties over and over and over again. One of the ways of rebelling against that is to say, it's a very common generational reaction, is to say, F you, we're going to transgress every line that you told us we can't because we hate you. We think that the things that you're doing have been destructive to our lives. And I think ignoring that part of youthful transgression, which is very common.
You know what, Glenn? I think it's a very valid point, and there may well be a generational thing to this. Let me bring in.
Yeah, some good points there by Glenn Greenwald. All right, this is from my November 2021 visit to Sydney's Bondi Jewish community.
So this is where the Jewish community lives. From Bondi to Coogee Beach.
All right, just gorgeous area.
Australians are too relaxed. They just want to have a barbie, go to the beach, and sit in the cricket ground, be with their mates, have a drink, make some money. Look at that. In downtown Sydney, the central business district. Pretty flash. I think this is I assume this is the biggest cathedral in Australia. Central business district. Right? Where's the graffiti? Where's the crime? Where's the menace? Where's the squeegee men? Where's the dysfunction? And where's my cockiness and the confidence that it takes to live stream? Right? It's so great news, guys. The Prime Minister said that they're going to take 3,000 Afghan refugees, but that's the floor. That's not the ceiling, guys. think about how Afghan refugees are going to make this country much more vibrant. So more refugees are on the way. So Australia hasn't allowed in any immigrants over the past 18 months, but they're starting to open the doors to overseas students, overseas travelers from South Korea and Japan, and they're starting to up their refugee intake. So this place is so boring without Somalis, Afghans coming around to just liven things up. So pretty much every shop you go into, they have like the lowest level employees who stand at the door and make sure you check in, and often use hand sanitizer, check in on your smartphone, and wear a mask while you're inside. So where's the trash? Where's the graffiti? Where are the rival gangs? People go to the beach here, they leave their phones, their wallets, their purses, their laptops right on the beach, go for a dip, come back, everything's still there. And how boring Australia was before it started opening up to a more exciting group of people to enter the country. Back to this John Ellis, Juan Enriquez podcast.
Just lines. Then you've got a problem. And once this problem starts to manifest in things like tax revolts, where a bunch of people say, why am I paying for these clowns over here? Then you've got a real problem, because the nasty secret in state splits is it's not the oppressed minorities. It's not the poor. It's not the people who are being hurt that leave first. It's the rich. And they take the country and they make it a gated community and basically say, hey, I don't want to pay for the rest of you. So when you look at the debate going on in northern Italy, it's a debate about, I don't want to pay for the poor South. When you look at the way the former Yugoslavia split, it was the richest part of Yugoslavia that was next to Italy that split first, and the ethnic conflicted nations that split last. When you look at the Czech-Slovak split, you're looking at something similar. When you look at the debates in Spain, you're looking at something similar. And the danger in this thing is if you have a whole bunch of people who are agitating, saying, we're never going to accept the states, we're not going to accept socialism, we don't want handouts, we don't want this, we don't want that. And those are the states that have the biggest handouts. Those are the states that depend the most on Obamacare. Those are the states that depend the most on food stamps. And the states which are exporting $2 to $3 for every tax dollar they get from the feds basically say, okay, we'll take you at your word. States' rights, we'll keep all we generate in one place. Let me take this debate and overlap it with the first part of this conversation. Technology is absolutely accelerating this on steroids. And the reason why is because it used to be that you needed 200,000 people to power General Motors as the most powerful corporation in the world. Today, you have companies like NVIDIA that have a market capitalization larger than every economy in the world, except for the US and China. But the difference is they do it with 36,000 people. So every person who gets up every morning to work in Japan, who's a lawyer, a sushi chef, an artist, a bioengineer, a pilot, whatever the hell, generates less wealth across all of Japan than do 36,000 people in NVIDIA. And what are the consequences of that for the integrity of nations? It means that you can move the economy of a large nation by expelling one company, by not bringing in 1,000 brains, by convincing 1,000 brains who work here to go work somewhere else. You can also generate immense wealth inequalities between states and within a state.
Do you remember the alt-right? It essentially dissolved in 2018, but many of its ideas are more powerful now than ever. Concepts such as the Great Replacement Theory, this idea that elites are replacing native white populations with immigrants, right? That's now part of congressional rhetoric and primetime cable news. The alt-right's racial focus has been swapped for Christian nationalism, which is much more palatable to the broader conservative base. So what happened to the alt-right, and how did two Jews in particular eat the alt-right? So something momentous happened Thursday, March 8th, 2018. A philosopher by the name of Nathan Cofnas, who's getting his PhD at Oxford, published in the elite journal Human Nature a devastating essay, Judaism as a Group Evolutionary Strategy, Critical Analysis of Kevin MacDonald's Theory. And I proceeded to devote about 20 hours of my show to the topic over the next few weeks.
Hi there, Luke Ford. I think the most important intellectual development in the alt-right is an essay that was published just about 4 days ago by Nathan Cofnas. He's a graduate student in the philosophy of biology at Oxford University Balliol College. Needless to say, these are highly prestigious institutions. And he's published this fascinating takedown of Kevin MacDonald's book, Culture Critique. And let me just go to that essay. According to the Cultural Critique, the most influential of these intellectual movements, Boasian anthropology, Freudian psychoanalysis, and Frankfurt School critical theory, were headed by charismatic and authoritarian leaders, analogous to rabbis. They placed great value on verbal brilliance and internal consistency rather than testability or agreement with external reality, analogous.
So over the next few weeks, the low IQ nature of the alt-right's response to this Nathan Cofnas essay just destroyed the movement's intellectual pretensions. Because for years, the alt-right had told itself a specific story, that they were the real intellectuals. They were the ones brave enough to look at the forbidden data that the mainstream ignored. And Kevin MacDonald was their academic titan. His book, The Culture of Critique, was their holy text. They believed his work was irrefutable science that was only ignored because of political correctness. Then comes Nathan Cofnas, an Oxford philosophy student who didn't dismantle MacDonald as a racist. Instead, Nathan Cofnas read MacDonald's footnotes.
To Talmudic scholarship, and they promoted Jewish group interests at the expense of Gentiles. Potentially very important contribution. Masters 1996, MacDonald's Judaism trilogy. And as noted by Eysenck, Figueiredo, Sauter, and others.
In the chat yesterday, is nationalism inherently anti-Semitic? I mean, if it is, then for him to even talk about Jews being overrepresented in conservative movements, I mean, that's it. As long as those conservative movements are really, like, we're on another axis lately, right? The liberal conservative thing that dominated much of the late 20th century isn't the one people are talking about now. We're talking about nationalist and globalist. And in that context, to say that anyone who, in fact, we saw this sort of meme pop up last week, anyone who rejects globalism is intrinsically anti-Semitic. I mean, this gets back to, now we're just talking about different groups having different interests, it seems like to me. So, I mean, it's clever. It's very rhetorically clever. But it seems like what Cofnas has done here is just to kind of invert the same claim that MacDonald made and now just sort of.
So I didn't find that a particularly compelling answer to Nathan Cofnas.
Hey, Luke Ford here. It is March the 12th. What's the significance of that date? Well, it's the 4th day since the essay by Nathan Cofnas came out in Human Nature magazine, critiquing Kevin MacDonald's most famous book, Culture of Critique. So it's a 23-page essay by Nathan Cofnas, and it's the most important intellectual development on the alt-right in over a year. Because there is nobody on the alt-right who is more respected than Kevin MacDonald. From all corners of the alt-right, Kevin MacDonald commands tremendous respect. So, if you read this Nathan Cofnas essay in Human Nature, and it was assisted by Steven Pinker, okay, who is an elite, perhaps the most important public intellectual in the modern age. And so this Nathan Cofnas essay was assisted by Steven Pinker, right? And several other people whom he names, and perhaps other people whom he doesn't name. This is big. Now, I have biases. I am a convert to Orthodox Judaism, so obviously I would prefer
more benign explanations of Jewish behavior than Kevin McDonald's devastating critique in his book, Culture of Critique.
They would have been sort of a family, maybe one large family, but it doesn't include everybody. So it has to be something else. I don't think it would be a race in those strictness of terms.
Okay, but a term doesn't have to include everybody to be useful. So the term German Shepherd is useful, even though you can find exceptions and all the same sort of equivocations as you just listed. Let me read another paragraph from the forward here. Jews, Harry Ostra notes, one of the most distinctive population groups in the world.
So I ended up interviewing Nathan Cofnas and Kevin McDonald.
Hey, I'm Luke Ford. What's going on with the alt-right tonight? I'm sure much of the alt-right is just staggered by that Stormy Daniels interview on 60 Minutes. Wow, what's wrong about Jews? And there are now about 1,000 comments, and you're probably wondering why every day am I going back to the Cofnas critique? And so obviously I have a dog in this fight. I'm a convert to Orthodox Judaism, so how long were you here? I'm so embarrassed.
I was here just a couple minutes. I wasn't sure how this worked. This is the first time I joined the stream.
I'm so embarrassed. Like, I got to kind of change it up because I worked like a 10, 12-hour day, and then I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. So I'm just like throwing everything against the wall.
So sorry, I recently traveled and
So this is the first time that I spoke to Nathan Cofnas. I first emailed him March 11th, so his essay dropped March 8th.
That you pointed out where he had misinterpreted, primary sources, that he'd said things about the sources that were not there. So do you think that you guys improve each other, or that's irrelevant?
Well, I saw some of. By the way, if you want to send him an invite to come on now that I'm here, that's maybe we can try that.
Yeah.
So I tried to have them talk to each other. Didn't come off.
I don't think he's addressed the most fundamental problem that I raised, which is that pretty much everything seems to be consistent with his theory. So he says, now I'm not saying that it needs to be falsifiable in the sense that it predicts some precise observation that either occurs or not, but there's just so many counterexamples. It seems so serious that if you just read Culture of Critique, I mean, why would you think that Jews should have an intermarriage rate of 70%? How does that fit at all with the theory? But he always comes up with a rescuing hypothesis. I don't find it convincing at all. And he says that I just point out some Jews that seem to be counterexamples. This is not really accurate because I point out that his examples are counterexamples. Not that just I can name random counterexamples, but that they're undermining his evidence that he provided.
Is there, the first time you read Cultural Critique, you thought it was accurate, right?
So I encountered Cultural Critique, I think I was around 17 years old as an undergraduate. And my impression was it looked like he put a lot of work into it and was very careful. And there was nothing in my experience that obviously contradicted it. So, and he seemed to be in the same camp as other people who I regarded as persecuted for political reasons. So so that was my thinking at the time. But when I became more involved with Judaism and the Jewish community, I became more skeptical because I didn't feel that Jews were acting in the way that he predicts. So even though I didn't know the detail why he was wrong, it became difficult to believe. Then, a lot of people have asked why I've written this now. I mean, I'm 30 years old. I didn't really learn about these topics until recently. So I wrote it basically as soon as I could.
Wow, so you read this book 13 years ago when you were 17.
I don't think I read it all the way through, but
So Nathan Cofnas had a devastatingly simple critique, right? He's proposed what's called the default hypothesis, that Jews have high mean verbal IQs. They're concentrated in urban centers. Therefore, you would expect them to be overrepresented in all intellectual movements that weren't overtly anti-Jewish, such as liberalism, libertarianism, conservatism, physics, chess, etc. Now, for Kevin MacDonald's theory that Jews have a specific evolutionary strategy to subvert white societies, for his theory to be true, he had to prove that Jews were uniquely active in subversive movements compared to other high IQ endeavors. So Cofnas showed that the Jews were overrepresented in movements opposed to the subversive ones, such as the objectivist movement, conservative legal theory, or anti-communist movement. So the alt-right reacted with rage, didn't react with facts, didn't react with logic. And this exposed the alt-right as a movement that was essentially a faith-based cult rather than an intellectual project. Kevin MacDonald retreated into unfalsifiability. Instead of providing data to counter the default hypothesis, Kevin MacDonald and his defenders, such as Edward Dutton, argued that when Jews support conservative causes, they're deceiving themselves, or they're acting as gatekeepers to control the opposition. It was a classic conspiracy move, right? If bad behavior proves the theory and good behavior proves the theory is worthless. Rank and file alt-right couldn't engage with the facts and the logic and the statistics, so instead of rebutting Cofnas, they reverted to physiognomy checks. They'd attack his appearance. They dismiss his argument based on his slender secular Jewish identity. And the debate proved that the alt-right didn't care about evolutionary psychology, didn't care about hard truths. The alt-right started with the conclusion that Jews are bad and then worked backward. So Kevin MacDonald and his work, The Culture of Critique, right, received a treatment that stripped away the entire academic veneer and showed that it was a bunch of cherry-picked anecdotes, and the alt-right had no backup plan, right? Their intellectual vanguard was just rationalizing prejudice wearing a lab coat. You remove the lab coat, all that remained was the same old grievance politics, which is why the movement evolved into the Groyper trolling and the street antics. So it was Mike Benz and Nathan Cofnas who ate the alt-right, who dismantled its momentum from two completely different angles. You had the intellectual angle with Nathan Cofnas and the strategic angle with Mike Benz. So both men engaged with the forbidden topics that fueled the alt-right. So race realism for Cofnas, information warfare for Mike Benz. But Benz and Cofnas stripped away the Jewish conspiracy element and effectively offered the right a way to be radical without being white nationalist. So it was Nathan Cofnas who delivered the intellectual frontal assault, right? He used a scalpel to dissect Kevin MacDonald's theory. He challenged the alt-right on its own favorite turf, IQ and evolutionary data. So the alt-right prided itself on being a hard data movement. They believed Kevin MacDonald's culture of critique was proved scientifically that Jews just have an evolutionary group strategy to subvert white nations. Nathan Cofnas didn't scream slurs, he didn't scream racist, simply treated Kevin MacDonald's work as a scientific hypothesis, and then he falsified it. So by introducing the default hypothesis, Nathan stripped the malice out of the equation. So he allowed people to remain realistic about different groups having different gifts without becoming anti-Semitic. He said, you can believe in IQ differences, you can believe in this and that, but if you believe in the Jewish conspiracy, you're doing bad science. So he severed the link between HBD, human biodiversity, and Nazism. So he challenged the alt-right by attacking its truth claims. He entered the arena of evolutionary psychology. The hard science the alt-right claimed validated their worldview. He demonstrated that their scholarship was shoddy. And his primary weapon was the default hypothesis. So by proving that Jews were overrepresented in movements that the alt-right liked or didn't consider at least anti-white, Cofnas stripped the malice out of the equation, forced the movement into a corner. They either could accept the data and drop the conspiracy theory, or they could reject the data and admit that they were a faith-based cult, not scientific racists. And the alt-right overwhelmingly chose the latter, which completely shattered their pretensions of being on the intellectual vanguard. Now, Mike Benz did something different. He deployed the strategic redirection. What was his method? The pivot target. The enemy was not the Jews, but the deep state. So Mike Benz, under his persona frame game, challenged the alt-right by evolving out of it and taking its energy with him. So Cofnas attacked the theory. Mike Benz attacked the target. The alt-right was obsessed with the idea that Jews control the media. Mike Benz professionalized this grievance. He shifted the focus from an ethnic conspiracy to a structural one, the censorship industrial complex. Not the Jews, it was the censorship industrial complex. So Benz framed the enemy not as a biological tribe, but as a bureaucratic network. The State Department, NATO, NGOs, the Atlantic Council. He argued that wokeness is not a Jewish plot, but a CIA State Department tool used for regime change, which has now been turned inward on the American people. The result? Well, it offered the right a superior weapon. Blaming the Jews gets you banned and marginalized. Blaming the deep state and the blob gets you on Tucker Carlson and into Trump's inner circle. So Mike Benz said, stop obsessing over race. The real mechanism of control is the NGO swarm. So Mike Benz challenged the alt-right by attacking its strategic utility. He didn't argue about whether the alt-right's theories were scientifically true. He demonstrated that they were politically obsolete. And recognizing that movements and cultures can go obsolete is a powerful insight. And it's something that I learned from reading a new book by a sociologist out of Notre Dame, a book by Christian Smith. And his book is Why Religion Went Obsolete, the Demise of Traditional Faith in America. But you can employ those same tools to understand why the alt-right went obsolete.
Hello, this is...
I don't mean nobody's doing it. Obviously, there's a minority of Americans who are practicing religion. I don't mean by obsolete, I don't mean that religion is not useful to people or functional, or I also don't mean the thing that's replaced it is actually better than the thing that's obsolete. There's some things go obsolete that are actually better than the new thing. For example, music, streaming music isn't as good a quality as vinyl records, right? So, but vinyl records are obsolete. So I'm not making a value judgment about, oh, religion's no good or anything like that. I'm really just saying at a macro cultural level, since the 90s, especially among post-boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z.
Yeah, very powerful analysis.
Nothing in my view is
Christian
all
Smith.
black or white, good or bad. But the internet has some good things about it, but it also has some really pernicious things, one of which is this centrifugal force of it liquidates gatekeepers, it liquidates people that know more than other people. Like everybody's thrown back on themselves. Aside from even before you get to, all the misinformation and lies and that the algorithms, play on fear and paranoia and all that, just simply, there's just this information out there. You get 100,000 Google returns and each individual needs to figure out for themselves what they're going to believe. That really leads, in my view, or at least affords a cultural breakdown. It pulls everything apart and spins it out in a million directions.
All right, Christian Smith, sociologist.
Jerry Falwell lent me his jet once when I was on a speaking tour for my dad when he had cancer. So the world you described as part of the undoing of religion in America and the loss of favor.
So this guy's dad, Schaefer, he produced some documentaries in the 70s that were widely displayed at the Seventh-day Adventist colleges I grew up on. How Should We Then Live, I think, was the title of one.
It has suffered with people who have left it, such as myself, to use a personal example. They could propose would be to set up a steady stream of prominent religious leaders being caught engaging in a variety of sexual and financial scandals.
So my father was flawed, but my father never got caught in any sexual or financial scandals. I never saw him do anything wrong in those domains.
That would be publicized widely by the media. Your book resonated so much with me because it reflects so much of my own personal family history. It's kind of crazy. I'm 73 in August, and I've lived through the era you're describing where it all came apart.
there are plenty of sociologists who are trying to remake the world in the image of their ideology. My view of sociology is its gift to the world, if it has one, is to help the world to see, or people in society to see, what is going on around them at the big picture level.
Yeah.
So that they can sort it through, deliberate, have conversations, et cetera, et cetera. It's not my job to tell people, what they should believe. My job is to represent as fairly and accurately and sort of analytically, insightfully as I possibly can to help other people understand what's going on around them. As individuals, we're all sort of live in our immediate lives. It's hard to get up above that and see anything at a big picture level. So I think that's what I'm trying to do, is to help people see from a big picture level. And if I bias that or distort that or let my own agenda get in, that's really obstructing my central goal. So
yeah.
At the same time, it's clearly, we don't just remove ourselves from our work. My background, my commitments, my interests all show up, but I have to work to not let them sort of take over.
Yeah.
The other thing is, in the 90s, I have mixed feelings about postmodernism, but in the 90s, it became all the rage to sort of like, everything you were doing was really sort of a self-expression of, one's own, like you couldn't really talk without first letting everybody know who you are and where you're coming from. There's virtue in that, but I really want the knowledge to come from it to be focused on the world beyond me and not on me.
Yeah. And that leads me to something that I sort of pulled out of context. And by the way, this is not a trap, so relax. I'm totally on your side, but I couldn't resist doing this to you.
I'm still interested in understanding what's true about reality, extreme limits of our neurological capacities to understand and perceive anything. So there's also a lot of like, what do we know?
Yeah.
In terms of a virtue, you would call it humility rather than skepticism.
Religion lost out in good measure because alternatives that are actually more like religion than secularism emerged, cultural options that proved attractive to many post-boomers.
So you can apply the same sort of analysis to understanding why the alt-right went obsolete and what might lend the groypers, for example, in obsolete status. So Mike Benz took the alt-right's core anxiety that there was a hostile elite manipulating society to dispossess the native population, and he professionalized it, right? He shifted the target from an ethnic group, the Jews, to a structural network, the censorship industrial complex. Right, this was a lethal challenge to the alt-right because Mike Benz offered the alt-right audience a more effective weapon. Stop screaming about Jews. That gets you deplatformed and marginalized. Right? Analyze the Atlantic Council. Analyze the blob as Mike Benz does. Mike Benz says. Right? Then you get invited into the halls of power. So Mike Benz drained the alt-right of its talent by showing that you could fight the establishment more effectively if you stopped obsessing over ethnicity and started mapping bureaucracy. So Cofnas operated as the academic philosopher. He used logic and evidence to sever the link between human biodiversity and anti-Semitism. Right? He proved that you could believe in group differences without becoming a Nazi. He removed the intellectual trapdoor the alt-right relied on for recruitment. Benz operated as a political player. He replaced the ethnic enemy with the institutional enemy. He proved that the deep state was a more actionable target than the elders of Zion. So Cofnas embarrassed the alt-right by exposing its leading scholars as frauds. Mike Benz rendered the movement irrelevant by outcompeting it. Cofnas showed the alt-right was wrong about the past, evolutionary history. Mike Benz showed that they were useless for the future at political warfare. So together, they pincer-moved the alt-right. Cofnas took the nerds, Benz took the activists. Both men succeeded because they practiced internal critique rather than moral denunciation. They didn't rely on liberal taboos or civic pieties. They accepted the alt-right's premises long enough to simply test them under pressure. Movements like the alt-right are immune to external scolding. They fracture only when insiders show that the core story is doing bad explanatory work. So both Nathan Cofnas, Mike Benz demonstrated explanatory failure, not moral failure. They also exposed the status fraud. Nathan Cofnas exposed the epistemic fraud, showed that the alt-right's smartest people were not doing science, but were laundering their feelings through selective citations. Mike Benz exposed strategic fraud. He showed that the movement's bravest rhetoric produced zero leverage and guaranteed defeat. So Nathan Cofnas punctured the alt-right's claim to truth. Mike Benz punctured the alt-right's claim to power. Movements can survive losing one. They do not survive losing both. Both men shifted the right's theory of causation. The alt-right relied on monocausal thinking. It's the Jews, everything reduced to race and to Jews. Cofnas reintroduced multi-causality and base rates. Mike Benz reintroduced institutions, incentives, bureaucratic path dependence. The world became messier, but more real. The realism attracted higher caliber people who wanted to win arguments and win battles, not just signal transgression. Nathan Cofnas did not simply neutralize anti-Semitism as a social toxin. He showed that it was intellectually lazy. Mike Benz did not simply make ethnic scapegoating impolite. He made it tactically stupid. So the transition away from white nationalism was not primarily ethical. It was primarily driven by a desire to be competent. The dissident right did not become nicer. They became more competent, more serious, more realistic. The pincer move had an unintended disciplining effect. So once Nathan Cofnas separated HBD from anti-Semitism, Mike Benz separated anti-elite politics from race, the remaining white nationalists were revealed as people who needed to cling to conspiracies. They were not pursuing truth. They were not pursuing power. They were pursuing grievance, meaning, identity. And this revelation accelerated the schisms within the alt-right. Serious people left. What remained were a bunch of marginalized losers. A self-radicalizing subculture with zero upward mobility. This is why 2016 style alt-right aesthetics feel dated in 2024, not because society rejected them, but because better tools replaced them. Cofnas offered a cleaner, clearer intellectual framework. Mike Benz offered a more effective political framework. When superior explanations rise, inferior ones fall away and become cosplay. So Nathan Cofnas and Mike Benz did not kill the alt-right by refuting its values. They killed it by making it unnecessary. Then what if you apply the Cofnas-Benz framework to Nick Fuentes? Right? The Groyper movement is the successor to the alt-right, but it has swapped pseudoscience, IQ charts, and skull shapes for pseudo-theology, Christian nationalism, Christ is king, as political bludgeons. So the foundation has shifted from biological claims to religious cultural claims. And so the tools to neuter it must also shift. You can't debunk a Groyper with IQ data. You have to debunk them with theology and better political theory.
If you have options in a fast-growing company, or you work for a fast-growing company, or you keep doing what your granddad did. So the tensions that split cultures, the tensions that split nations, the economic divisions that create an incentive for this place not to pay for that place, are increasing on orders of magnitude. And the way you keep a nation together is you figure out how to have a legitimate way of sharing those gains. And a really poor way of doing that is to go to everybody in New York and go to everybody in Boston, go to everybody in San Francisco, go to everybody in Seattle and say, you libertards, I hate you. I don't want you. I don't want your welfare. I don't want your socialism. I don't want your cash. And guess what? If they take you seriously, you're going to end up living in places that are a third as wealthy as they are today because of the federal transfers. That's a really dangerous thing to do.
I'm fascinated by Canada. I think when I was writing a column for the Globe, you and I were talking about the Quebecois independence movement in Quebec. In Western Canada, they think that they generate the wealth through national resources, gas, oil, etc., agriculture. And in Eastern Canada, they think that they generate the wealth because of intellectual property, essentially. And this tension, Prime Minister Carney
when
has,
I was
has
with the
made
president, I asked him, so for example, what can U.S. do under Trump? Because we saw that Lula's popularity when he was done being president after the 8 years he was in from 2003 to 2011, he left with a popularity of 80%, 81%. It was very high. And then he goes and does his time. You know, his wife has the stroke. She passes away. He gets 12 years. Alexandre de Moraes comes in, takes him out. Bolsonaro wins in 2018. And then they bring him out to make sure he beats, Bolsonaro, and boom. The rest is history. But I asked him the question. I said, so now Lula's popularity went from 80% to 24%, the lowest it's ever been in Brazil. It's not a good thing. Brazilians don't like this guy. Coffee is expensive. Everything is expensive.
Diplomatic resources on the issue. There are many ways that can be done.
This is
I'm
Mike
not sure
Benz.
this is the most appropriate forum for discussing them, but and there are actually two open threads that I did want to get to from what Nicholas just said, but the short answer is there are many things that the U.S. can do if the U.S. ambassador is serious, if the president is serious, if Marco Rubio is serious, and yes, much can be done. I'll leave it there. I think what you need is policy alignment, and then the appropriate organs to mobilize.
Policy alignment where?
So the Groypers are not primarily an intellectual movement. It's a low IQ movement. It's not primarily a political movement. It's a movement for marginalized losers. And they are even more vulnerable to competence-based disruption. Right? The Groyper movement has no serious epistemic core. It borrows fragments of Catholic social teaching and race talk and civilizational decline rhetoric, but it doesn't generate any testable claims. Its truths are vibes and moral certainty. So it's easy to neutralize by forcing specificity, by asking for mechanisms and trade-offs, asking how their preferred policies would function in a plural, litigious modern state. And the moment you demand causal chains instead of aesthetic postures, the movement collapses into slogans. So a Cofnas-style intervention here would not debate whether liberalism is decadent. Everyone agrees that it is fraying. The move is to show that the Groyper explanations are underpowered. They over-attribute causation to moral rot, and under-attribute it to incentives, technology, demography, and state capacity. Once you show that their moral narrative explains less than competing frameworks, their claim to seriousness evaporates. And on the Mike Benz axis, the Groypers are even more exposed. Right? They offer their followers absolutely no path to leverage. No institutional footholds, no bureaucratic maps, no theory of how power works in the real world. Their strategies are public provocation and moral shock and vibes. Right? And that worked briefly for a bunch of marginalized losers. So Mike Ben's move would show that many of the same anti-regime goals can be accomplished far more effectively by abandoning Groyper theatrics entirely. Right? If you want immigration restriction, healthy family formation, limits on NGO power, the path runs through agencies, courts, budgets, and coalitions, not through campus trolling and ironic Catholic memes. So once people see that the Groyper approach forecloses access to power rather than forcing concessions, it starts to look silly and juvenile. Right? The alt-right claimed hidden knowledge and secret truths. Groypers claim moral clarity and courage. So the Groypers are less threatened by being proven wrong. They're more threatened by being shown to be silly. So the most damaging critique is not that they are evil or incorrect, but they are silly and juvenile. Right? Raise the epistemic bar until their slogans no longer pass as analysis. Redirect ambitious people toward frameworks that explain reality. Show that serious opposition politics requires discretion, coalition management, and institutional literacy. Demonstrate that you can hold socially conservative and anti-establishment views without adopting Groyper aesthetics and tactics. Once these exits exist, the movement hollows out. The people who want to build leave. People who want to posture stay. What remains is not a threat. What remains is a holding pen for resentment. This is the same end state that Nathan Cofnas and Mike Benz produced for the alt-right, not moral defeat. They produced functional obsolescence. Just as traditional religion did not decline because secular critics proved God false. It declined because alternate institutions took over its functions. Welfare states replaced Christian charity. Therapy replaced confession. Bureaucracy replaced priestly authority. Science replaced cosmology. Right? Belief became optional and then ornamental. So the Groyper movement is not being challenged at the level of doctrine. It is simply being made redundant at the level of function. Right? What does the Groyper ecosystem provide its adherents? Moral clarity in a confusing world, sense of courage and transgression, a tight in-group with status markers, a story that explains decline, a feeling of being part of something forbidden but righteous. So what neutralizes a movement like that? Not refutation, but substitution. More competent frameworks deliver the same psychological goods plus real-world leverage. Right? So the Groypers will wither. This is what happened to the alt-right, and this is what's happening to the Groypers. So a Mike Benz style of politics offers moral seriousness without clownish provocation. Lets people feel oppositional without being expelled from institutions. It replaces ritualized outrage with procedural fluency. It turns indignation into dossiers, maps, and strategies. Nathan Cofnas' intellectual discipline strips away the illusion that shouting harder equals thinking deeper. It rewards clarity, mechanism, restraint. Once these disciplines, these norms take hold, Groyper rhetoric starts to feel like medieval cosmology. Not wrong in a dramatic sense, simply obsolete. This is why Groyper energy increasingly looks like some kind of museum exhibit of the 2019 to 2021 internet. It still generates heat, but it doesn't work for anyone who wants a functional life. So movements survive as long as they perform irreplaceable functions. They die when those functions are absorbed by more effective mechanisms.
States. By the way, most, at least half of the Nobel Prizes and big prizes given in the United States have been given to people who were immigrants, whose parents were immigrants. When you look at founders of some of the biggest US tech companies and CEOs of the biggest tech companies, over half of them are immigrants. So if you really wanted to systematically destroy the US economy, you would convince the best brains in the world that they shouldn't come here, that they're going to be arrested on the street by people who are masked, and you may be exported to Salvador. And that person's going to look at the offer in Canada, that person's going to look at the offer in Britain, that person's going to look at the offer in Singapore, in Australia, in China, and say, where do I want to bet the next 20 or 30 years of my life? Which place is stable and accepting of people who look like me and think like me? And Canada has done a hell of a job taking a country that came really close to splitting with Quebec and restitching itself back together. And I think Canada is a very good model for the United States on how to make civil discourse more common, more accepted. So it's not just what Carney's doing between these things. There's a systematic way of Canada restitching itself back together. And people don't understand how close Canada's come. In 1946 to 49, there was so much north-south communication between World War I, World War II, and Canada and New England, but Canada came within a few percentage points in an election, not Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador, of becoming part of the United States. So the question in 1949 is, do we become an independent nation? Do we join Canada, or do we become a part of the United States? And they came really close, and the US would have had another 3 or 4 stars. And so Canada, time and again, has restitched, reinvented, diffused really big potential secessions within its borders. And that's a model to look at very carefully. It's also become far more careful about who it lets in. But those people it does let in are treated like first-class citizens along with everybody else. That's a great model for the United States to think about at a time where it's tearing itself and its institutions.
Yeah, let's become more like Canada, such an effective immigration model. So the Groypers offer identity without competence, right? And the marginalized losers associate with the Groypers. The Groypers offer certainty without strategy, transgression without leverage. When people see alternatives that provide meaning and efficacy, the Groypers become cosplay. So what remains is a residual subculture, loud, sincere, intense, but no longer organizing society or shaping outcomes. This is obsolescence. Right, this is how the Groypers go.
Apart.
I wanted to ask you one last question, which is one of my obsessions is that the brightest minds in mathematics are leaving the United States and going to other places, China specifically. Math seems to me to be the architecture of digital transformation, AI, genetics, etc. Is that something that you've seen as well? Are we watching this? Let me put it differently. Is the exodus of these leading mathematical minds a real concern, or does it not matter because, information travels the globe, so it doesn't matter where these mathematicians are, since what they put out is known everywhere?
Absolutely not. In today's economy, where the brightest minds choose to live will determine who's rich and who's poor. Because we're in a knowledge economy, and because these companies can be built in such a short period of time off people who come up with this knowledge. So if the brightest mathematicians or programmers or AI minds choose to leave the United States, let me give you an order of magnitude as to what we're looking at. Let's assume that our audience and you and I are not racist. That means that we believe that intelligence is a bell curve and it's evenly distributed. It's distributed evenly across nations. It's distributed equally across races, across men, across women, et cetera, et cetera. And that means that for any given number of people, there is a 0.01% of the population that is a genius level and a 0.001% that's Einstein level. And those people exist in India, those people exist in China, those people exist in X, Y, or Z. For a long time, people didn't get education or access But with the internet and with global education, all of a sudden we're identifying, oh my God, there's this person over in India. There are X people in China. There's X people over in Mexico. There's X people over in I. As soon as you believe that, then you have to look at the law of large numbers. The population of India and the population of China together.
Okay, I think that's rather silly. Now, why would a young man join a stigmatized basement-dwelling movement of marginalized losers to complain about the elites when he can join the counter-elite, tech bros, podcast edgelords, and feel like a winner? So the Groyper movement is the landline of right-wing rebellion. The Musk right is the iPhone. So religion failed because it couldn't adapt to the millennial zeitgeist of autonomy and authenticity. The Groyper aesthetic is built for opposition. It thrives on being the outsider throwing rocks at the GOP establishment. When the right takes power in the Trump and Vance administration, dismantling the administrative state, the outsider shtick becomes cringe. The market demand shifts from trolling and breaking things to competence and fixing things. So Nick Fuentes screaming at a webcam looks revolutionary when the right is losing. Looks like a tantrum when the right is winning. The movement becomes anachronistic, a protest movement in an era of regime change. So when Groypers insist on rehabilitating Hitler and Stalin, right, that shatters their reputation of possibly being serious. So just as people left the church, not because they stopped believing in God, because they couldn't stand the institution, people are leaving the Groypers not because they stopped being America first, but because they can't stand this cringe. Right, the Groypers won't disappear because Nathan Cofnas debunks them or the ADL bans them. They're disappearing because the market for this type of grievance politics has been superseded by the market for anti-deep state warfare. So Mike Benz represents a superior technology for achieving the same goals. You attack the system without wearing the Nazi dunce cap. So the Groyper movement isn't defeated. It's just an old piece of hardware that no one buys anymore. And how did Mike Benz pull this off? How did he go from Frame Game Radio in 2018 to where he is today? Right, Mike Benz's ascent is the most successful rebranding operation in the history of the dissident right. Mike Benz didn't just survive the collapse of the alt-right. He took its core analytical skills, deconstructing media narratives, and he washed them through the legitimacy of the U.S. State Department. Right, before he was Mike Benz, the cyber expert, he was Frame Game Radio. He didn't post slurs as Frame Game, he posted analysis. He specialized in deconstructing how the media frames stories to manipulate public perception. This period honed his talent, the forensics of narrative control. He looked at who was funding the media, what adjectives they used, and how they coordinated. When confronted with this past, Benz could claim his involvement in these circles was a de-radicalization project to get people to stop hating Jew. Whether it was true or just a strategic retcon, right, it provided a shield. So the crucial bridge between his internet anonymous status and think tank director was the Trump administration. He served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Communications and Information Policies. So this official government role laundered his reputation. He was no longer a guy with a YouTube channel. He was a former State Department official. Inside the State Department, he saw the censorship industrial complex up close. He saw the mechanisms used to fight ISIS, identifying networks, throttling reach, funding NGOs were being turned inward against domestic populists. This gave him his golden ticket topic. The genius of his mover is pivoting towards structure instead of ethnicity. He took the same energy as Frame Game, exposing a hidden elite controlling reality, but swapped the targets. Right? The old target was the Jews. The new target was the blob, the Atlantic Council, USAID. Stopped talking about people, started talking about bureaucracy. Produced complex flowcharts showing how the National Science Foundation funds universities to censor tweets. So he turned conspiracy theory into investigative journalism. And he emerged at the perfect moment, at the perfect situation when Elon Musk bought Twitter and the Twitter files were reduced. The right always knew they were being censored. They thought it was just woke employees at Twitter. Mike Benz appears on Tucker Carlson and explains that Twitter was just the endpoint of a massive government weapon. Mike Benz gave the right a grand, unified theory of victimization that was sophisticated, secular, and backed by government documents. Then Elon Musk began boosting Mike Benz and crowned him as the chief CTO, chief technology officer of the dissident right. So Mike Benz professionalized grievance. Realized that you can say anything that the alt-right wanted to say about control as long as you use the language of the State Department, of NGOs, color revolutions, civil society, instead of the language of 4chan. So as Frame Game Radio, Mike Benz was talent trapped in the wrong genre. He had the pattern recognition, the historical range, the instinct for power analysis, but he was operating in an internet dissident mode that rewarded provocation over precision. Then he was using a frame of cultural judo and rhetorical trolling. It built an audience, but it capped his ceiling. He could be clever, even right, but he would come across as unserious. So the first shift required epistemic discipline. You stopped free associating and started sourcing. Long timelines replaced hot takes. NGO funding flows replaced vibe-based accusations. He began to speak like an archivist of power rather than a polemicist. He didn't abandon his suspicion of the elites, he professionalized it. He substituted targets. Instead of attacking globalists and Jews, he attacked institutions as operation systems. He changed his tone. He learned to sound boring. Kept the urgency but dropped the theatricality. Stopped signaling rebellion, started signaling competence. That made him safe to platform. He was safe procedurally. Producers could book him without apologizing for him. He developed coalition fluency, stopped speaking only to dissidents. He started speaking to journalists, policy staffers, heterodox liberals who were uneasy with censorship but allergic to populist aesthetics. So he framed his work as civil liberties, democratic integrity, not regime overthrow. Same facts, different wrapper. So he expanded his audience vertically, not just horizontally. He anchored himself in an institution. Foundation for Freedom Online. Institutions confer legitimacy. Institution implies research agendas, white papers, donors, continuity. He's not just a guy with a theory, he became a node in the ecosystem. Mike Benz realized that power does not respond to denunciation. Power responds to exposure, pressure points, and alternatives. He learned that if you want to fight the system, you have to reproduce the system. You need budgets, norms, personnel pipelines, coordination, right? That way you stop sounding like a crank, you start sounding like a threat. So he moved from rhetorical insurgent to procedural critic, from identity-coded opposition to system-mapped opposition. He moved from transgression as signaling to competence as leverage. He didn't sell out, he grew up strategically.
Thought process was ahead of Brazil's election for how our own NGOs were weaponized to go after Trump by going after Bolsonaro. Well, okay, do you have an ads there?
There's 2 more seconds left. So, Rob, if you want to...
I think there's 2 ads.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go through both of them.
To your words of wisdom on how we can build up society's defenses against disinformation, and more specifically, on which measures have proven most effective.
This is International Idea. This is our...
Sure, would address. So the question is how society can enhance the ability to detect and resist the fake news and false facts. This is a picture of really recent research we did to get
pause
data
there.
from.
So here he is presenting. This is hosted by us, U.S. taxpayers, and I published this years ago, right? I published this 2.5 years ago at this point. Similar keywords on the Brazilian and U.S. populist right on Parler, and you'll see it's Trump, election fraud, irregularities, the very things that people in Brazil were prosecuted or banned from being able to talk about. They grafted off of the model of something that.
So in February of 1988, I came down with something that was later diagnosed as chronic fatigue syndrome. I'd spend much of the next 6 years in bed. In the summer of '88, I still hoped to get well, transfer to UCLA, major in economics, and to become an economist. And so I spent much of the summer of 1988 lying around reading classic books such as Karl Marx's Das Kapital and Adam Smith's 1776 book, The Wealth of Nations. And I have never forgotten a section from The Wealth of Nations. So Book 5, Chapter 1, Article 3, where Smith outlines a theory of 2 moral systems to explain why the poor are religious and puritanical, while the rich are often libertine. And this observation explains why the foot soldiers of the alt-right were often destroyed, while figures like Mike Benz survived and thrived. So according to Adam Smith, in every civilized society, there are 2 different moralities. There's the strict and austere system of the working class and the loose and liberal moral system of the upper class. So the upper class with the moral system is used by the people of fashion who are judged by a looser moral code, right? If you can say, I'm a poet, right? You can't apply a puritanical moral code to a poet. So the upper class possess wealth and status, and their survival does not depend on the day-to-day approval of their neighbors. They can engage in luxury and wanton and disorderly mirth. They can engage in vice without ruin. Their reputation is based on honor and spirit, not on sexual and temperamental purity. So here's the key quote from Adam Smith that never forgotten 37 years later. I haven't reread this book. It's just stuck in there. A man of rank and fortune is by his station the distinguished member of a great society, who attends to every part of his conduct and who obliges him to attend to every part of it himself. His authority and consideration depend upon the respect which society bears to him. So the vices of levity are always ruinous to the common people, and a single week's thoughtlessness and dissipation is often sufficient to undo a poor workman forever. So, for example, think about sexual promiscuity. An unthoughtful act of sexual promiscuity can often destroy for life someone in the working class, but people in the upper classes can navigate sexual promiscuity without seeming harm. So for the common people, vice is often fatal because their economic survival depends entirely on their reputation, their moral character. So if a normal worker is ever seen as unreliable, drunk, or immoral, he loses employment, he's ruined forever. So the lower classes adopt strict, austere religious sects such as Seventh-day Adventism or Methodism to police their own behavior as an economic survival strategy. The upper classes are part of the Church of England, the Anglicans. A man of low condition is never great enough to be above the law. His conduct must be strictly regulated. So working class, much less flexible in their ethics. His success depends upon the favor and good opinion of his neighbors and equals. Without that, he dies. So the good old ways of Presbyterian strictness is the only character that can recommend him. So the Charlottesville marchers and the random anons who are doxxed in the alt-right are Smith's man of low condition, right? They have no institutional capital. Their livelihoods depend entirely on the good opinion of their neighbors, on good opinion of their HR department and local communities. So when they engage in the vice of radical politics, they breach the strict system of modern employment. Because they are not great enough to be above the law or above HR policies, they are economically, socially annihilated. Mike Benz survived because he's a man of rank. His trajectory represents the transition from the strict system to the loose system. So by entering the State Department and acquiring rank, he laundered his reputation. So a man of fashion is judged by a different moral standard. He's judged by his competence rather than his purity. Former State Department official is judged by his usefulness to the political machine, not his past internet comments. So in a world of high-level political operatives, right, the loose system, being a former troll or having forbidden knowledge, is seen as an asset. It shows that you have intelligence and expertise. It's not a moral failing, as long as you have the right credentials to back it up. Mike Benz was a credentialed lawyer. So Adam Smith might say that the low IQ alt-right failed because they tried to engage in aristocratic vices, such as radical independent thought and transgressive comments, while living under plebeian economic constraints. Mike Benz succeeded because he acquired the aristocratic station and institutional backing necessary to survive his vices. That no man is an island. Life outside the herd tends to be nasty, brutish, and short. Those who lived alone often perished socially and economically from any contact with the alt-right, while people like Mike Benz and company survived and thrived through leveraging their social network. Think about the plagiarism scandals of beloved establishment figures such as historian Doris Kearns Goodwin. Normally, such a scandal would end a career, but Doris had friends. So this is the sociometric reality of why political movements live or die. Isolation is lethal. So in network theory, an island is a node with zero edges connecting it to the main cluster. When the island is attacked, it has no redundant supply lines, no defenders, no alternative pathways for resources. So the foot soldiers of the alt-right were islands. They were alienated young men. They were marginalized losers. They had no institutional backing. When they were doxxed or sued, they had zero social capital to draw on, so they evaporated. Mike Benz and Doris Kearns Goodwin survived because they were not nodes, they were hubs. Right? Doris Kearns Goodwin had elite immunity. If a junior adjunct professor had done what she had done, she would have been fired and blacklisted from academia forever. But Doris Kearns Goodwin was a made woman in the Boston, Washington liberal establishment. She didn't lose her career. She just took a brief sabbatical and returned as a respected elder. So cancellation is always a social mechanism. The people who hold the keys to your employment are your friends. You cannot be cancelled. Mike Benz proves that institutional embedding is the best defense against political ruin. He didn't just survive the transition from the fringe to the mainstream. He was carried across that chasm by a powerful network. Served as a speechwriter under Donald Trump, then Deputy Assistant Secretary of the State Department. He wove himself into the federal bureaucracy. You can deplatform a YouTuber, much harder to deplatform a former high-ranking State Department diplomat. Mike Benz didn't post online for free. His organization was supported by a sophisticated conservative donor network. He has salary, legal counsel, and infrastructure, all luxuries that the island Anons never had. Mike Benz strategically aligned himself with rising power centers. Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, and Senator Marco Rubio became Secretary of State. The alt-right failed because it was a collection of islands, angry individuals screaming into the void. Mike Benz right succeeded because it was an archipelago. It was a chain of islands connected by bridges of funding, media appearances, government credentials. When the water rises, when scandal and pressure mounts, the islands drown, but the archipelago just builds higher bridges.
That was done here in the U.S. ahead of the 2020 election when DHS partnered with groups like EIP, the Atlantic Council, Graphica, two of our universities, to censor Americans' ability to talk about election voting machines. And then we systematically trained the Brazilian judges to do the same to stop Bolsonaro. And I can walk you through that whole process. But this is just from things I've already published. If you let it play, you'll see how basically this is art, taxpayer-funded NGOs and CIA cutouts working with here a Brazilian professor, effectively, on how to co-strategize to stop the international exchange of ideas between Trump and Bolsonaro.
From Paulo. And we got the narratives and discourse that have been used during the end of the year, at the beginning of the year, just after the Biden election and before they got in office. And the extreme right used mostly these kind of words to sustain their research and strategy to harm democracy and put questions and doubts about the results of the elections in the U.S.
That's the crime.
What we put in
Doubting.
the red square is the same ideas and words we have been using, of course, in Portuguese. You can get in from our political discussion in.
So that was him, produced during COVID, produced, I believe, during 2020 from Sydney's St. Andrew's Cathedral. I'll talk